Wednesday. I'm the great Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, we are doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is we will be doing a free reading one for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are competing for that. We are also doing a giveaway, and we were doing a free reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. But first and foremost, most importantly, how are we doing right now? Here's the thing about so a couple of things. First and foremost, big news of the week right now is the fact that Mercury has stationed direct. But the thing about Mercury stationing direct right now is there's an element. I want to describe it right now as there being almost like a bit of an element of chaos in the space that Mercury has stationed direct. Why are we experiencing this to a certain extent? And I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably doing a number on your emotions. And a lot of the work that we're seeing that may be occurring at this time has to do with working through frustrations, particularly in relationality to inconsistencies. Now, why are we potentially experiencing something in relationality to working through inconsistency? I want to walk you through something that we saw that happened over the last few days and nigh weeks that is rather curious. So, we've talked a lot about the fact that the eclipse cycles don't necessarily have characteristics, they're amplifiers to energy. And when we entered this eclipse cycle, I keep on describing it. The reason this eclipse cycle has been like walloping us was because we entered the eclipse cycle at what I best describe as a sour note. We had the combination force of the Venus retrograde occurring at the same time as the Mercury retrograde. So everything was looking awful and everything felt like it was breaking. Working through that eclipse cycle was some really, really deep work as it relates to working on the context of how one sees the self, right? We had a lot of those conversations about feeling that over concentration of care and concern as it relates to the perception of self, particularly in the realms of how others may perceive the self. Working through compassion, having compassion as we go, healing from the space of identifying that perfection is not a destination, it's a cardinal direction. Now, one of the things that we talk about and we recognize that occurs with retrograde cycles is that frequently the sign work pulls back, right? Now, what was intriguing about this particular retrograde period that we experienced is Mercury and Venus started that cycle in Aries. They had almost just moved into it. And what did we see was occurring during that retrograde? We saw them being almost dragged back into Pisces, right? Like it was pulling the energy backwards back into the sign work that they just left. This is why I'm telling you guys right now, if you've been feeling a lot of emotional and at the same time, okay, at the same time that we see that Mercury and Venus were being pulled back, what was happening? The memory bank, Neptune, the energy of the emotions and the place where we keep emotional memory was moving forwards. And so it's like it's vertigo. It's like It feels like potentially, and if you're going through this right now, if you're feeling like that sense of like energetic recall, that deja vu, being like dragged back into memories that you would prefer not to return to, well, hello, welcome to the energy that we find ourselves in right now. Now, one of the things that may be a bit of a relief right now is the fact that Mercury has station direct. Now, it did that about 2 days ago, right? Start of the week. And but it's also, and I kind of the way I'm kind of seeing that I feel like is going to happen right now is it's going to feel like a little bit of a slingshot, right? And I feel like a lot of that is potentially going to have to, like, it's working through, it's processing, it's helping the way we process things. And I need to describe this, okay? One of the nice things that happens, everything is a gift, and I know how frustrating these retrogrades can be, because I know sometimes when we're going through them they don't feel like gifts. But the one thing I want you to keep in mind right now, particularly if you're having those moments that you're feeling you're feeling a lot of that recollection, you're feeling a lot of that nostalgia, is often, like, one of the things about these cycles is it helps us identify and recognize how far we have progressed. Because I'll tell you right now, if something feels like it's energetically calling back to you, and instead of it like devastating you, it frustrates you, right? Instead of it decimating you, it's something that you can look at with a sense of introspection, bringing some point of solace towards it. This is often an indication of being able to recognize and identify how much we have changed. There's a lot of Scorpio lessons that are occurring right now, but it's not easy, right? Because it's almost like it's having to navigate. I keep on getting like how sweet the sting to a certain extent. Like that's what we talk about when we speak towards nostalgia, right? The ability of being able to look at something and not necessarily have it hurt in the same way that it did, but hurt nonetheless, right? Now, this is having, and it's like, I keep on hearing that hurt, that sting that is a part of the healing process. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where we find ourselves on the frequency cycles. And I got to tell you right now, I want to give a big hug to everybody in separation right now, because this is a lot of, it's like a lot of yo-yo, and if you feel like that, if you feel vertigo right now, if you feel like a lot of that yo-yo energy, I want you to understand and recognize that this is probably where it's coming from, because a lot of this work that we're seeing right now has to do, and remember, we're talking about chariot energy, the observational difference between circumstances or situations wherein we feel like, I keep on seeing, and I keep on seeing for energy in separation, the difference between energetic, how do I describe this? Energetic outbursts, right? Like those sparks, or those moments of those moments of being energetically inspired versus energetic consistency. Now, this is really important, right? Healthy relationship is not inspirational, it is aspirational, right? It is not something we do when we feel energetically inclined to do it. It's something that we put consistent effort towards, right? We were talking a lot about this as it relates to chariot energy, because we're talking a lot about training wheels here. We've been having a lot of conversations that are occurring right now for energy and separation, moving into union, as it relates to the the stability that we create for one another when we apply. It doesn't even have to be, I keep on seeing a lot of conversations about the consistency and the security that we create for one another when we apply persistent energy to something, right? And you don't have to put a lot of energy towards something at times when you're doing something energetically consistently, right? We've talked a lot about like this. The difference between moving something forward an inch that takes a mile of effort versus keeping something in a space that it is moving. Often, this is what we identify in healthy relationships because it is the consistency of what we expect that allows for a healthy nervous system. It is the consistency of being able to build into the context of feeling that day-to-day security that we identify and recognize that allows for those situations where healing can begin, where trust can bloom. But often when we have, I keep on hearing, when we have those energies that come towards us, in a moment that they feel inspired, right? In moments that it feels like it's just kind of bringing that, like it's that moment that feels like that longing, right? It's like those little pressure points that feel like they push us, and often they articulate upon recognizing the difference between what we can rely upon versus what another demands upon us. And that's why I keep on seeing, like during this time right now, the reason I'm bringing this up is there could be, I feel like there's a lot of potential closures that are happening right now in some energetic cycles that are articulating upon the difference between reliability, consistent energy versus those moments where someone, like I keep on seeing those inspirational moments where someone feels like a wave of longing and applies pressure to something and then they retreat or they retract, right? And a lot of this is coming through right now. Why? Because what did I tell you? We had that yo-yo, right? We had that energetic yo-yo moment. And sometimes when we see that energetic yo-yo moment and we feel someone coming towards us only when the mood strikes them, right? It identifies and articulates the reason why something wasn't able to move into a space of consistency. So that's what I'm seeing that's happening right now as it relates to a lot of the energy and separation. Being able to identify and articulate the difference between an aspirational partnership, someone who is always like, who understands and identifies the consistency that we create, applying that continual effort towards one another, versus those inspirational relationships that feel like they come in bursts, right? They feel like they come in like they come in like those little, like those moments when someone feels inclined, as opposed to building the empathy towards another. So this is like, I keep on seeing a lot of, and again, one of the things that may be frustrating right now for some energy is seeing via V, the Jupiter and Gemini, the comparison point in the difference between the two that is allowing for closure of the other, right? Like sometimes those moments, the only time we're able to truly recognize like what the circumstances or what the energetic problem is when we see the solution before us. So that's why I see that there may be some new energetic connections that are forming right now where there's a lot of frustration that's being released as at the same time as relief, because again, the energy right now, I told you, it's renaissance energy, being able to find the words to identify what the energetic hurdles are. While for masculine and feminine energy right now that is coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union at this time, this is expansive. This is an expansive moment, but it's an interesting expansive moment because it is working in the space of recognizing like what one is setting oneself into as it relates to the process of change. I just keep on seeing there's a lot of transformation that is happening right now into coming into divine union. And why? That same recollection, right? The recollection of Venus and Mercury pulling us back into Pisces, right? The nostalgia setting in, the creation of nostalgia, which is archetypal in being able to look at something and suddenly recognize it doesn't feel the same to look at it. It doesn't hurt anymore. This is energy that is having a lot of tender, vulnerable healing because in the ability of to be able to look at something, we often see things that we could not see before. And sometimes what we see is devastating, but it's also energetically reaffirming, because that is a lot of the energy that is setting their intention as it relates to the changes that they are putting themselves upon as they continue to move forward deeper into union. While for masculine and feminine right now, deep within divine union, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most inclined, like aligned to. Everything I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, I keep on hearing these are firmament lessons. This is working upon things that are important or essential, being able to articulate and speak upon things that hold a lot of meaning. And for a lot of the energy right now, that same applied force, that ability to recognize, I keep on seeing that there's a lot of there may be a lot of refined, nuanced conversations that are occurring in that space, because I keep on seeing that there's a lot of conversation that is occurring in relationality to the difference between stubbornness and exquisite insistence, which we were talking a lot about last week. And what is the difference between stubbornness? How can we often recognize that something is coming purely from our ego? We hold on to it, but we aren't necessarily able to articulate why, right? We hold on to something like, right? We dig our heels in. And this is why this is lesson coming through, because this is all a buildup from all that work we were doing during the Mars retrograde cycle, the warrior lessons, right? When we are surrendering, when we're moving towards our own spiritual progress, we're always in the act of surrendering. And remembering, surrendering doesn't mean letting go. It's identifying and recognizing things that we're insisting upon that don't have a significant meaning, right? It's the understanding and recognizing of the self, getting our energetic egos in check, right? Whereas the things that we hold, it doesn't mean we let go of everything, because the things that we hold on to that are significant, we articulate upon having exquisite insistence. The higher self always has an explanation to be able to talk about the value of something, why something is important. So I keep on hearing that there's a lot of energy right now, deep within divine union, having conversations about exquisite insistence, talking towards the things that have meaning to them, right? And there's a lot of heart opening there. But it's difficult, especially if those are energies or situations where they're working towards or trying to articulate through another person's stubbornness. And how do we identify stubbornness? A refusal to talk about something because you're trying to protect an energetic blind spot of the self. Right. And when you're going through those type of conversations, it can feel very difficult, because it's the understanding that we can't force another into that journey. We can't force another into their own pathwork of understanding. It requires that conscientious effort or that desire to do so. So I keep on seeing that this is a lot of energy that is almost like putting energetic, like putting intention towards things to see if there has been some kind of progress as it relates to healthy conversation versus stubbornness. That, and again, even in that space, I keep on hearing like that is the energy that almost articulates and says that they give just a little, while not surrendering their own energetic standards. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across any of these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do angelic guidance here, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, dream interpretation, pet readings, mediumship. And if you have a past life or a dream interpretation reading that you would like interpreted, I would encourage you to make sure that you put the details of it in the notes when you send the donation. Or you can head over, if you are a subscriber, you can head over to our Discord channel and you can post them specifically in the channels, and I will refer to them when we're doing the reading. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but let me know how you're doing in this energy. And again, if you're like, and I gotta stress, sometimes energy like we're experiencing now, just keeping an even keel. Good job. I'm going to tell you right now, good job. Don't, like, everything else is extra credit. Seriously, like this type of energy is it's bonkers. Okay? It's bonkers. It's a lot of this yo-yo is absurd right now. So I want to know how you're working towards building into that sense of balance. Oh, hold on a minute. All right, welcome. Thank you so much for those. Thank you, Sammy, for joining us. Hello there, Bama. Hi there, Janice. Welcome, Helen. Grand Rising, Heather, and Little Vamp. Grand Rising, Evox. And thank you so much for those gifts, Little. Definitely not a gift. Definitely not a gift feeling right now. Sending you support, dear. Devastating decimation. Yeah, it's working through. It's because it's working through the frustration with it, but with a sense of clarity. Get me. I have to admit, I don't know if you saw me, Evox. I saw Get Me Off This Ride as I was trying to give the recap, and I almost like lost it. Right? But here's the thing. What do we do when we feel like it's a ride? We focus on our intention. We don't let ourselves get triggered. And Grand Rising, Bridget, thank you for those gifts. Welcome, Evox, and thank you, Raven, for sharing the live. Helix, thank you for the follow. The tower next to the magician. Oh, yeah. But I need to point out for me, like, I think that this is important because it's saying to me, and I find it very intriguing, Evox, that you're looking at the way the cards are splayed out. You should look at yesterday's read. Yesterday's read, if I'm going back to yesterday's read, what did we have yesterday? Because that spread was beautiful. You know, we had the death card and the tower card right next to each other and the 10 of swords on the other side. But I need to stress this. What was popped right in the middle? The 9 of cups. You know, it's observing the mess but not being a part of it. It's like it's finding the balance of the self within, right? Like welcome to the full moon in Libra that we're moving towards. Grand Rising, Little Vamp, and Bridget, good to see you, dear. You're on the list and you'll have an additional card in your reading. Looking forward to doing that dream interpretation for you. Thank you for confirmation. Good to see you as well. Hey there, Andreas. Hope you're having a beautiful day as well. Ava, my favorite tarot reader. Oh, Maris, that's so kind of you to say. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Ruby, I got you, dear. Had a dream and thank you, Maria, for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Bridget. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Ruby, I had a dream where someone said, if there's one thing we learned, it's not to mess with Ruby's destiny. Holy smokes. If you want to get on the list, I'd be very happy to read on that dream. Wow. That is like, I've got chills. I mean, I'm going to tell you, it's in alignment with a lot of the stuff we've been reading on you. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. I got you, Bridget. I got you on the list, dear. All right. And then half of a child support payment came through up 2 a.m. Wow, busy dream space last night. Listen, I'm not surprised that we're having a lot of busy. Like, I would not be surprised right now. I'm going to tell you right now, you're either not remembering your dreams or there's a lot of intensity in your dreams. Mars is in Cancer right now. There's a lot of beef that's being addressed in the dream space. And that's why I feel like, again, if you're going to, I'm waiting for it. If you're saying to me, I can't remember my dreams right now, I think that I keep on seeing a lot of messages. Guides are like, absolutely not. Like it's especially if there's energy right now coming towards the dream space to like go through beef. Like I just see a lot of guides that are like you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like I told you, we ended the reading yesterday on the 2 of Swords. And like the 2 of Swords, I love the 2 of Swords. It's one of my favorite cards because it's very adaptable. But half of the thing that about like half the thing with 2 of Swords is its bodyguard energy. It's like you shall not pass. It's a lot of that, like, absolutely not. You got to be kidding me kind of thing. And thank you, Heather. Hi there, Brian. So good to see you. Tibra, looking for a calmer energy. This is intense in here. Oh, again, If the intensity in this room is too much for you right now, I understand that too. Only stay if it feels like it's supportive to you right now. Oh, you're amazing too, Brian. That's really cool of you to say. And thank you, user 659, for the follow. So welcome. Oh, thank you, Raven. I got you, Maria. You're on the list here. You're the second person read for today. I do my best, Raven. Hi there, Sharon. Welcome, Heather. Both a lot of intensity, but not remembering fully, just little pieces. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about it. And when I read for dreams, sometimes I get into like I'll do readings like if you sign up for my dream interpretation packages, even if you don't remember your dreams, we work on your dreams because sometimes even trying to get to the bottom of why you can't remember your dreams, like that in itself is also a part of that dream work practice, right? So I think that, I would not be surprised right now. There's like, because I keep on getting, there's a lot of messages. I keep on getting, there's a lot of beef coming through in the dream space, which is either having like very triggering dreams or very intense dreams, and some dreams that you might not be remembering because the guides are just like, you're not bringing, like, do not bring that in here. Like, you are not bringing that in this house. That stays outside. Hi there, Raven. My friends, as I mentioned. Oh, and thank you. Yeah, the artwork on the two, it's absolutely beautiful. You know what it reminds me a lot of? It reminds me a lot to me. You want my personal opinion? I feel like the two, here's my hot take. I feel like the Two of Swords is the terrestrial equivalent of the High Priestess card. I think my personal take, I believe that the Two of Swords is the terrestrial interpretation of the energy of the High Priestess. And what is what does it do? Absolutely not. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no. Like, no. My friends, not exactly. It's not. It's not today energy, which is like if tell me anything the High Priestess is, if not the not today energy. Like, I love it. It's like nope. It's like nope. My friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. A couple of updates before we begin. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended. Speaking of tarot. Speak of tarot cards and their interpretation. If you'd like to find out more of my hot takes around the tarot and how we can interpret it, our next tarot class is going to be held on Wednesday, April 16th. So it's next week at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hanged Man card. I am so excited to teach you guys this card. It's a very intriguing card. We're going to go into the history of the card, the symbology of the card. I'm going to work you guys through spread applications, so the way you can read that card in any direction that it may appear in your own spreads. And I will also be providing you a very unique spread that will help you channel the energy of the Hangman into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a monthly paid subscriber to Substack, you will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you guys a recap on everything that we've studied thus far before we begin the next class, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we have studied or are currently studying thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have full access to the entirety of Tarot Church Library Archive. That is over 12 hours worth of material that is available to you at an ever-expanding library. And you'll also have access to the option of having a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings, services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also get notified as to any new offerings. And speaking of offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, at a discounted rate so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these on an individual level or as a package. If you purchase the dream interpretation reading series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to help understand the key themes and messages occurring in your dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list is open and you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. You can book private readings on my site. If you're interested in getting on the list for today, we do dream interpretation. We do past life regression. We do angelic guidance. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do pet readings. Am I missing anything? We do mediumship. We also do love readings. The only things we don't read for here are pregnancy and medical. Going to take a moment. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Going to take a moment to see if I missed any other messages before we get started. It is. It's not today energy, right? High Priestess and 2 of Swords is pretty much not today energy. It's like, that's why I like to point out the drape, right? The drape that we see behind the High Priestess is effectively working the same amplification of the swords that we see in the 2 of Swords, right? There's a parody there. Love it. Exactly. And thank you, Raven. And Arisa, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Ella, for sharing the live. That said, my friends, we are going to get started. If you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Just bear with me one moment before we begin. Also, if you missed the recap or the daily collective read, you can find it over on my Substack. But that said, why don't we get started on today's daily collective read? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the Knight of Cups in its reversal, in combination with our 9 of Pentacles in its reversal. Let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing in this energy right now. Okay, so we were talking about this before we started the podcast. I'm going to bring it back up. We've got something very unique that has been happening over the last few days, particularly during this eclipse cycle. I want to walk you through kind of the movement in the spheres, if you will, that we saw during this eclipse to give you some indications on why you may be feeling a little bit of this like emotional yo-yo right now. So as I mentioned, when we first entered this eclipse cycle that we just completed a few days ago, everything was sitting is we had Venus and Mercury, okay, that were in Aries. And at that moment, they pretty much just crossed into Aries. And so what's been happening during this retrograde cycle is that effectively Venus and Mercury have been pulling backwards as Neptune has been pushing forwards up into Aries. Now, one of the things that we talked about is there's almost like, I want to say, this isn't ideal because there's a bit of an energetic incongruity that's happening in this moment that we were experiencing that. We talked a little bit about the fact that the way I like to describe Neptune energy is very much like caboose energy, right? It's heavy. It holds a memory. It's like the memory bank, right? It contains the depth of the emotions of what we feel. Now, Neptune, to a certain extent, is exalted in Pisces. It wants to be in that space, right? Because it feels comfortable. It feels like the place of being able to feel that intensity of swimming the depth of emotionality. But that's not what occurred here. Neptune started pushing into Aries, right? And what did we see that were a lot of those lessons that were being navigated as we saw Neptune pushing into Aries, right? A lot of those messages that we saw that were happening had to do with conversations around not confusing depth with direction, right? If these are situations that like Neptune's messages are always incredible because again, Neptune says you can, Neptune has the depth of the ocean, but you can also sail a ship on emotions, right? It all is a lot of those conversations as it relates to invested energy and effort of intention. At the same time, Mercury is engine energy. Mercury is always about the advancement. Mercury is about the innovation, right? What do we have Mercury doing? The energy that's usually moving forwards is pulling backwards, right? Being pulled back into Pisces. So these two are like two ships passing each other like during this cycle, and we have Venus stuck in between them. Now, you'll recall last month, I kept on saying we're moving towards Renaissance energy. We're moving towards Renaissance energy, but I couldn't necessarily put my finger on why it was Renaissance energy. This is why, because it is when we have those moments of incongruity, we land upon moments of sublimity, right? When we move things into spaces that we don't expect them to be, sometimes we see things about them that we could not see before, right? And I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work that is potentially happening right now is working through identifying and recognizing incongruous consistency. What is incongruous consistency? um when something and this is the thing that we were like, and this is one of the things that we're identifying here, and this is really important for the energy coming in, like it's in separation. um One of the things we talk about as it relates to healthy relationship is the security and stability of being able to feel something and experience another in a consistent way, right? When our love when our love is consistent, when our affection is consistent, it feels energetically stabilizing, right? It's stabilizing to the self. It allows for that ability of not needing to focus and to over concentrate upon something, right? However, and this is what I keep on seeing that was happening here. And you'll recall that I was articulating. Remember when I was saying a few days ago, I would not be surprised if things from the past are rising back up right now, emotionally, spiritually, or physically, right? Because when we feel stirred, right? When we feel emotionally stirred, that isn't consistent. Okay. Inspiration is not consistency. Aspiration is consistent. Inspiration is inconsistent. So I keep on seeing that there is a lot of work that's occurring right now through working through the difference between things that are inspirational versus things that are aspirational. And how do we effectively identify that? When something is inspirational, it's entirely emotionally driven, right? There's no consistency at play in it, right? When we're inspired, we are stirred, we are moved, right? But there's no predicating upon when those moments are. Now, again, I mean, ironically, if you follow astrology, you can sometimes find moments that you recognize that the planets, like when the planets are aligned, sometimes we have those like like we have those like inspirational stirrings, if you will. Like this type of energy that we're having right now, this is very inspiring. Okay. But when we identify, when we recognize, and a lot of the work that we do when we're feeling inspired is to try to aspire to create consistency in that space of inspiration, right? Because that's that moment that like it's like the inspiration that helps set the new energetic standard, right? It's coming into, and that's, remember what I was saying, don't get frustrated, get focused, like build anew, working in that context right now. But one of the things that I'm seeing, right, and this is what's happening for a lot of the energy right now, coming in like coming out of separation into union at this time. This is a lot of energy that is identifying what the work is. They're building into a space of aspiration. They're identifying, they were disassembling what occurred in previous experiences in order to build something better within the self, but not projecting it outwards, articulating upon what those changes are. So this is why this is chariot energy right now, because it is aspirational, but it's recognizably aspirational. It's seeing someone that is articulating upon what they aspire to do and putting the wherewithal towards it to be able to move out of the space of wish and into the space of manifestation. However, okay, however, what occurs in those moments where we're healing from something and then someone reaches back out to us in an emotional way, or someone feels like, or someone comes towards us in a way that it's just that emotional opening up, right? There's a relevance here in terms of being able to recognize the difference between someone that tries to build forth in partnership as it relates to when they feel inspired to do so or when they feel inclined to do so, versus the energy that identifies and recognizes where the work begins, or that consistency that we create within one another and beyond and for one another. So everything I keep on seeing here, that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of work right now, new energetic beginnings that are occurring here, flourishing, right? I see a lot of beautiful relationships that are unfolding at this time, and it's showing that level or degree of building into the context of feeling the tenderness of consistent consistent energy, right? Something that is small but is consistent. And when something is small and consistent, it begins to grow, right? It's growing by degrees. It's taking that time versus, right, separation or closure points at this time where another person is articulating upon situations and circumstances that don't feel like they're consistent, but are beholden to another person feeling emotionally or energetically inspired. And this is why, like when we try to build towards relationships that are built on inspiration, they quickly, I keep on hearing, they quickly they become exhaustive because we never know what to expect from them. And when they come in, they feel like they create those crash points because it's like it's out of the blue, right? It's like a shooting star kind of energy. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy that's working through that in separation by and identifying the directionality as it relates to the difference between something that is a relationship that is inspirational only when someone feels inclined or emotionally moved, potentially by the planets, or aspirational, something that is effectively consistent and growing over time in a consistent, observable, productive, healthy way. Now, moving into the energy coming in, like moving deeper into divine union right now, one card to clarify. Look at that energy. And here's the thing about it. I need to stress this. I'm actually very happy to see the death card here. Why? Because we're talking a lot about Scorpio, right? We were talking a lot about that point of transformation, right? And that's the thing about it. When we teach the classes, we work very hard to help recognize that, it's not about, it's working on and recognizing what it is that one is changing, right? And often, and this is why I'm not surprised to see this death card here in the center of the spread, because the ability, right, the ability to articulate upon something, the ability to find the words to describe something, it allows for a transformation of self. This is what's happening right now for a lot of the energy coming into divine union. If you'll recall, we spoke a lot about this. Remember, I kept on saying that the energy right now coming into divine union is very scorpionic. Well, this is a Scorpio card here. It's not about being perfect, right? And that's why I keep on hearing, this is why the energy is in that space. This is not energy that is moved into divine union that feels that they are perfect. This is the energy that feels like they recognize where the work is. And when we recognize where the work is, that we're working on the self, we become perfected because we understand and identify the assignment of the self, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy working through that context, right? Like this is energy, these warrior partnerships that have moved deeper into divine union. This is why this is so important to them, because there's a lot of energy right now moving deeper into divine union that literally feels like they're finding themselves in partnership. But you'll remember what is important here. When I say finding self through partnership, this isn't meaning they're looking at their counterpart and saying, you complete me. They're looking at their counterpart and saying, through you, I see where my work begins. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, deep within divine union, this is why I keep on seeing more of that conversation as it relates to the firmament of things that are valuable and necessary. And this is a lot of the same work I saw in working through points of frustration to identify and articulate the difference between stubbornness, right? A refusal to change, which often is indicative of an inability to see an aspect of the self, versus holding on to something from a point of exquisite insistence, holding on to something because you see oneself more clearly through it. Continuing to get clarification, fourth and fifth card in our 5-card spreads before we start getting clarification on these cards, 9 of Wands and the 9 of Swords together. Wow, that's cool. Make sure that you take a moment once this reading's complete to take, if you're following over the podcast, you can see the full spread over in the Substack when we post it. When we post when post is posted there, when the post is posted there. But this is what I mean about the gift that is happening right now for a lot of the energy working through things right now is being able to identify and recognize the difference between inspirational and aspirational. Seeing something, again, the difference between a wish and a manifestation, right? The ability to work towards something versus someone, like I keep on hearing, like the difference between consistent effort versus bursts, right? Remember when we were talking about training wheels energy, the chariot lessons that we often experience are training wheel energy. That's why and we talk a lot about this. If you're in the Tarot Church Library, you can follow up on that chariot class. The reason there's so much rigidity in the way Pamela Coleman Smith depicted that card is because a lot of the lessons that we have to navigate as it relates to chariot lessons is understanding how flippin' hard it is to start something. And that's that, like it's a conversation on force, right? When you start something, it feels like it's impossible, but that's why you put consistent effort towards it again and again, because once you start to build into that context of momentum, things start becoming easier. Anything is possible, right? This is often identified in why we try to build towards aspirational partnership, because when we hold ourselves to that standard, we identify and we recognize the work, right? The energy of consistent effort. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, the ability to look, and again, as it relates to which direction energy and separation is going, that's always a limitation point that we reach in a collective read-in. But I see even now the determination point, or the pivot point that's occurring in a lot of those partnerships, is being able to recognize and identify the difference between inspirational versus aspirational, right? Inspirational, something that feels more energetically captivating, feeling more in that space of someone that only like that when the mood strikes or when they feel inclined, they move towards another, but then they pull back, right? And there's no, and this is why this is wrapped up in Neptune at lessons, because that feels more that feels more difficult to the nervous system, because it's like the unpredictable wave of inspiration that another sets upon us, right? When the mood strikes, when they're feeling inclined, when like when the planets are aligned, suddenly like someone feels in the grip of sentimentality and they reach out to us. But I can see even now that there's something about that inconsistency itself that energy is seeing a consistent point upon, right? And so often when we see that, it almost feels like the ability of seeing another that is more in the space of being navigated. And remember, what's all the work that we've been talking about so much right now as it relates to chariot lessons? What are the chariot lessons? The difference between intentionality, recognizing the emotions and allowing one's intention to guide you forward, versus those spaces where we get frustrated because it feels like another doesn't have control of their emotions because they don't necessarily see how they're impacting those around them, right? And so I keep on seeing, like, I almost have that moment or those modalities that we're seeing here that is having to do with being able to recognize that point of consistency, that point of stability, as opposed to something that feels more energetically inconsistent, or something that was only like someone only that tries to build towards when the mood strikes. Now, for a lot of the energy right now, this is why this feels so fundamental, because remember what I told you, for a lot of that energy moving into healthy partnership right now, this is the gift of the consistency of partnership that helps us see ourselves more clearly. And this is why the energy coming into divine union right now is articulating and saying to one another, you complete me. Is this an energy saying, you complete me because I was lacking without you? No, the energy is saying, you complete me, because this is the energy that says, through you, I see what my assignment is. Through you, my purpose becomes clearer. Through you, I understand what that like. And when we're in the space of healthy relationship, that ability to inspire one another becomes the joint force of inspirational and aspirational combined, right? Because it is the force of inspiration that we feel when we look at the counterpart that then inspires us to aspire higher, right? So there's a lot of that work I keep on seeing coming towards that Libra full moon as it relates to setting those energetic standards. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Ace of Cups in its upright. This is the Renaissance energy I was talking about. It's interesting. I'm laughing because when I was reading on it, I wasn't exactly clear as to why I kept on hearing the word Renaissance, but now it's becoming more clear, because I see even now the ability I keep on seeing the ability to identify and recognize when we are able to put words, like when we are able to put words to things that we could not put words to before, right? When we're able to appreciate something in the context of moving it into something that it hasn't been before, that is what a renaissance is, right? It is a revival energy. It is an energy of being able to see something with a deeper understanding of the value of it, based and built upon the context wherein you are observing it. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in that space, being able to do that, there's a lot of energy right now. This is why that these chariot partnerships, it feels like it feels like a bit of a renaissance, because this is the energy that in the moment that they start to build into aspirational partnership with another, in the moment that they start to see the value and feel the security of something that is starting small but has consistency. They're able to recognize what feels like it wasn't energetically healthy because it was more built upon inspiration, something that was only strong when another person felt inspired and inclined, or following the emotions, instead of building forth into a space of intention. And that's why I said, even now, there may be a lot of frustration. I keep on hearing frustration and relief that is being expressed as it relates to some of these circumstances or situations, because it's the ability to observe and understand what the problem is and have another that simultaneously recognizes it, that allows for that feeling of having like a breath of fresh air. Continuing to get clarification for the energy moving deeper into divine union between our Nine of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with our Death card in its upright. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Two of Cups. And this is beautiful because for a lot of the energy right now, why are we calling these partnerships that are starting right now chariot partnerships? Because they're slow to grow, but they're consistent. They're building trust in one another via the continual, committed, stable effort, right? It doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like, and if these are situations where someone is recovering from a situation where there was more, spontaneity, like I don't want to say spontaneity, but less stability, right? A lot of passion, but never any clarity. Like I just keep on seeing that this is a lot of that energy that is like healing and helping one another through that, because it's in the point that they're able to articulate upon what they experience and feel this the sense of another who simultaneously also navigated that hurt, that they're able to build into that aspiration, and again stumbling upwards. While for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, this is why this is a deepening of an energetic connection, because for IQ connection, because I see even now opening up to one another in ways that they hadn't before. But in those moments that we open up to each other about the hard parts of the self that are hard for us to see, and another person holds our hands through those experiences and says, "You are beautiful to me," in any context, this is the deepening of the bonds of partnership. So I see even now, like there's a lot of that energy that is building upon that path work together. While for deep masculine and feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, deep within divine union right now, I keep on seeing this is energy that is able to articulate the difference between like stubbornness and tenacity, right? Those moments that feel like, again, it's like the observational point in the refusal to hear something because it's indulgent to the ego, right? Versus those moments or experiences that we're eager to unpack something we hold dearly because the higher self is able to articulate and identify how important it is to us. Continuing to get clarification on our Death card in its upright in combination with our Nine of Wands in its upright. May I have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with the Seven of Cups in its reversal. It'll be a breakthrough, but it'll bother you first. It'll annoy you, and then it'll be a breakthrough. It'll drive you nuts, and then it'll be a breakthrough. That's the thing about this energy that is a little like it's a little bit it's not a little bit frustrating. I gotta tell you, it has to do, it's got to do a little bit with the fact that Mercury's behind Neptune right now. I gotta tell you, because I can already hear it. There's a lot of energy going, well, in hindsight, it's clear, right? But that's the thing. When something is like, I'm going to walk you through like what we're like, okay, so remember how I said that Mercury's the engine. It's like the engine on the choo-choo train. It's like supposed to be up in the front, right? Neptune is the caboose. Neptune is the energy from the back. So I want you to imagine right now That like Neptune, like Mercury is like waking up out of retrograde and it can see behind Neptune in a way that it hasn't before, right? So there may be a lot of this work that's happening right now in being able to see something that from a perspective or for a point of view that feels completely on its head in a way that you just haven't even like thought about it and you're going, oh my God. Like, you know, like those kind of things. And that's why in those moments you get very frustrated at yourself because you're like, it's obvious, but it's not obvious because sometimes sometimes it takes a long time to be able to reach a certain perspective. Right? So I keep on seeing, I want you to remember that like hindsight is 2020 because hindsight's faulty. Because if we were like, again, if you were the energy that you are now, like of course you would see things. You know what I mean? Like I keep on seeing a lot of that like happening here. So working through like that, those points of frustration, right? And being able to find the language, like being able to find the words, it's understanding the incongruity. Sometimes incongruity brings clarity, right? Moving away from something builds perspective. It's all about getting like it's sometimes the only way you can see something clearly is if you get remember like you gotta step back from it, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy working through that. And again, if you're being hard on yourself in that context, baby, don't be hard on yourself. Be aspirational, right? Build into build into build into those be like solutions focused, not problem oriented. Continuing to get clarification here between our nine of wands in combination with our nine of swords and it's upright. Oh, can I get one card to clarify, please? Come on. Oh, one. Thank you. Sorry. We've got here our Knight of Swords in its reversal. And I gotta say, and I gotta stress this right now. I am seeing I am seeing how do I describe this? When we are able to navigate through our frustration and be focused through it, right? When we don't allow the frustration to confound us, we allow it to when we allow it to I keep on saying when we allow when we don't push our frustration away, but we allow our frustration to shape us, we become better in that space. And why is that? Because I keep on hearing better, not bitter, right? Better, not bitter. Because I need to point out when we hold on to frustration and we hold on to the frustration and we say why to the frustration, then we're in that space that we're not introspecting, right? We feel often like things are happening to us instead of helping us find ourselves. But when we move the frustration aside, right? And we look at frustration and say there's got to be a better way. Like there's got to be a better way, right? like we ask ourselves why, right? Like we don't like I need to point this out. I keep on seeing the difference, like a lot of the difference in relationality to why does it have to be this way versus what can I do differently is what is shaping the direction of a lot of energetic partnerships. Now, and that's important because that is the energy. I keep on seeing that I keep on hearing the gift of deliverance for a lot of these new partnerships that are forming at this time is this is energy that doesn't focus on frustration. Because when we focus on frustration, when we perseverate over something that we can't change, when we spend all our time kicking and screaming about why something has to be the way it is, we avoid asking the important question, which is what can I do to make something energetically better? How can I what do I it's like not getting confounded about what's happening, just working through the energy of it, what it takes to move around it, right? And that's what's beautiful, like about some of these energetic connections that are forming at this time. Keep on seeing that there is that moment of identifying the quality of aspiration in the potential counterpart. And what is aspirational? Aspirational is not someone who gets caught in a woe is me attitude and relationality to things that are occurring around them. They just look they just look to themselves and say, and this is where it feels like a Gemini lesson, because this is a beautiful gift that Geminis have. What do I need to find in myself? Like, what do I need to bring forth in myself to navigate through a situation? Right. And that's why I feel like I want to find out. It's interesting because I know we're moving towards Libra, but it actually feels like a lot of these lessons that we're moving towards on this at this time feel more like Gemini energy, because it's about, and I keep on seeing, it's it's like I keep on hearing it's about circumventing situations by going through the self, right? Like when we're trying, like, and that's why they're saying it's like about circumventing situations by going through the self, because you don't look around and say why, like you don't waste your time wondering why outside of the self. You ask the why within, right? Like why, like what do I need to bring forth to navigate this? What do I need to do to like work through this? It's very interesting in that way, because this is the energy that does not that works on their why by saying there has to be a better way, right? It's not the energy that gets caught in saying why. It's the energy that utilizes the energy of asking the question why to say there has to be a better way. And hey, I'm here. I can be that. Like I can, like that's the energy that goes, like that's the energy that is more in a space of looking for solutions as opposed to focusing on problems, right? Because and this is why I'm not surprised to see this right now, because um and we'll get further clarity between our Ace of Cups here in combination with our Two of Cups. And I just want to show you guys this right now. This is the Chariot energy. You see that? I want you to think about the Chariot card. I know it's not here right now. So for those who are watching the podcast, I'm holding the Two of Cups with the Ace of Cups above it, right? When we work in the space of applied, like this is why for some of the energy right now in separation, feeling the coming into partnership and feeling the relief and release of someone that feels like they're putting that same force of effort into something as you yourself is, right? It allows for the context where it feels like anything is possible, because this is a lot of that energy that is articulate. And but again, even as they're experiencing that, there may be a lot of release as it relates to situations in the past where someone was more in the context of being inspirational instead of aspirational. Clarification between our Ace of Cups in combination with our Two of Cups and it's upright. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with our Seven of Wands, and I'm not surprised. And this is feeling like a lot of Gemini messages today. It's also feeling like a lot of Mercury messages, right? And this is always the message I get when Mercury is in retrograde, which is the fact is like, the reason things start like Mercury is the energy of innovation, right? I always tell you guys when we're going through these Mercury retrograde cycles, Mercury is not trying to break your toaster oven. Okay. Mercury goes into retrograde to help us define the difference between a groove and a rut. And sometimes when we go through those moments and we get confounded by something, we look and we say to ourselves, what do we say, right? If we don't allow ourselves to be caught on the hook of frustration, if we don't allow ourselves to kind of fall kicking and screaming and saying why, but saying there has to be a better way, boom, we answer our why, right? Like it's the why that we answer within the self, because we answer the call of the why. We don't look outside the self and say why. We we look at ourselves internally and we say, like, why does it have to be this way? What can I do to change it? Is there something that I can do that can make something easier? And that's often why. And I'll stress this to you. For everything that breaks during your retrograde, I want you to put credit to what you innovate upon, what you fix, right? Because that's the message that Mercury often delivers when we come out of these retrogrades. Mercury is always like, did I break your toaster? or did I get you a new one? Like it has to be in that space of arriving to the self and being ready to do the work. At the same time, right? I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, in separation, working through the context of frustration, working through a lot of those moments, identifying and recognizing what those changes are, applying that like letting that kind of set the standard for the self. This is why I keep on seeing that for energy coming into divine union right now, a lot of that work, being able to articulate and build upon what those changes are. This is a lot of energy right now coming into divine union that is continually like setting new energetic standards for the self. Remember, building into the context of affirmations and resolutions, right? Because these are not the energies that look to one another and say, you complete me. This is the energy that looks towards another and says, through you, I understand my assignment. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, deep within divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, this is the energy that is working. I keep on hearing the energy saying, working through the same context of saying, the way you can tell the difference between something that is stubborn and something that is important is the ability to explain the reason why, right? And when we are self introspective in that way, we aspire for more, right? We don't build into the context of, I keep on seeing, and there's a lot of like, I keep on seeing there's a lot of lucidity that's occurring right now in a lot of this space. And it has to do with the fact that Mercury is behind Neptune, because the ability to just see something with clarity, right? Not to feel like the emotions are clouding the vision. That's a little bit of the gift that we're having with the fact that Mercury is placed behind Neptune right now. It's allowing for an ability to see something from a point of objectivity, continuing to get clarification between our Two of Cups in combination with our Seven of Cups in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now. Wow. We've got our Tower card in the center. Now, I need to stress this because I know, listen, and I know you guys get very anxious when you see cards in these modalities. But I also want to stress that there's something really important about this work, because this was a lot of the work that we were recognizing and identifying in relationality to setting the energetic standards of the self. The ability to navigate through, the ability to find a breakthrough point, right? It is often in relationality to being able to navigate in the face of our own anxiety, of our own frustration. Because, and one of the things that we articulated upon, and this is very intriguing, I would really encourage you to look at yesterday's spread in incongruity with today's spread. These cards were next to each other. The Death card and the Tower card were on the sides of the reading yesterday. And the Nine of Swords was one of the first cards that we encountered. We see even now that there's like a transition point that's occurring in the fact that the Nine of Swords is moving over to the side. But now there's a lot of that energy with the Tower and the Death card focused in the center that allows, and I keep on seeing, the ability to recognize and identify what one is setting the standard on changing within the self, right? So there's a lot, and this is why I keep on seeing with a lot of this energy of Mercury going direct. I feel like the breakthrough that occurs in those moments or in those experiences is reaffirming as it relates to what it is, what it takes to navigate through energetic adversity, versus those moments that help us identify and recognize the reasons why something wasn't able to come into better union, right? And that's why I keep on seeing here that for a lot of the energy in that space, how can I articulate upon this most clearly? This is, and I need to describe this here. This is also effectively chariot energy to a certain extent, right? Because what did we identify that often needs to occur in chariot cycles? the identification point that it often takes more force to move something, right? More force to push, like to push that intensity forward. It often requires us to understand and recognize what we need to change within the context of the self in the process. So everything that I keep on seeing here, there's a lot of those new energetic connections that are forming right now, specifically and particularly as it relates to relationship, by like meeting energetic counterpart that is not afraid of putting in the invested effort, right? Like this isn't the energy that works in the context of what they feel inspired by. This is the energy that understands that in order to move something forward in a point of stability, the observation of consistent effort is what creates that point of energetic stability. And so this is, I keep on hearing, like, one of the reasons that we see the death card and the tower card here is this is the energy that isn't afraid of that work. They're not afraid of doing that work of the self. This is the energy that works in the conscientiousness of what they give to another, and regulating those moments of those intensification points within the self, right? Because what were the conversations that we spoke about that were happening, particularly during a lot of that eclipse cycle, when we aren't doing the work to navigate through our fear, right? Then often what we try to give to another doesn't feel like an expression of love. It feels like a projection of our fear. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Knight of Wands in its reversal. May I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Page of Cups in its upright. So this is really important here too, because I keep on seeing that there's something that's intriguing that's happening right now in relationality to masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For a lot of the feminine right now, and I think that this is really intriguing because you'll recall that a lot of the feminine energy has been more in the modality. We saw a lot of the feminine energy like almost being in hermit mode to a certain extent. You know, there was a lot of that energetic withdrawal. But now I almost see and identify that there's a bit of this flourishing that's happening right now for feminine, right? The ability to focus upon and articulate upon the ability to find joy. And it's interesting too, because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy, the ability to find the energetic joy within themselves, even in the midst of difficulty, this is effectively the essence of the feminine as it relates to bringing that, like I keep on seeing, like this is the feminine energy that is speaking towards the relief and release of talking from a point of something that is very close to their heart. And also, this is a lot of energy right now of feminine that is learning how to trust again, right? Like I can see this. This is like a blossoming. This is like a blossoming of the feminine's heart space. And why is the feminine's heart space blossoming right now for some of these new energetic connections that are forming? Because it's that blossoming that takes place wherein the feminine feels more and more comfortable to be in their authenticity, consistent care, right? Like how do you have a flat, like how does a flower blossom? Consistent care, consistent, like you don't have to do it, like you don't have to overwater something. You don't have to like energetically like deny something. You give something a consistent amount of care, and over time something begins to bloom, right? It's that I keep on saying it is the gentle flourishing that is often marked in feeling the love that comes in the security of building towards one another, not with expectations, but simply in the joy of watching something grow. And so I keep on seeing that there's something about the feminine energy moving into partnership right now that is observing that attentiveness, that consistent attentiveness that allows the feminine to almost unfold. For masculine, this is a lot of the masculine energy in that same space. But for masculine energy right now, I keep on saying that for masculine energy, this is that work as it relates to stoicism. This is a lot of the work that we see that relates in relationality to working in the space of being energetically stoic. And we're going to clarify what stoicism here is so that no one confuses it. Stoicism is not disassociating from our emotions. That is not stoicism. All right? Go read some Greek myths. They were very emotional, okay? Stoicism is the ability to embody the weight of emotionality, but not feel that the emotions override the higher self. The ability to feel the magnet, like strength that comes through, feeling the magnification of what one feels, but being able to control that force of emotionality and a move with intentionality through it. This is how these energies right now are healing as they're coming into union. And for masculine, it feels more like energetically restrictive to a certain extent, but it's the energy of the masculine moving from a point of restrictiveness into stoicism, chariot energy, because chariot energy is stoic, and the feminine that's coming more into that space. I feel like feminine's almost, I mean, she's not out here, but it feels like empress energy, which is the feminine that begins to flourish as it relates to recognizing and identifying the consistency of intentionality, which is often marked by aspirational, consistent effort. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Wands in its upright in combination with our Tower card. Can I have one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Ten of Cups in its reversal. I'm not surprised to see this card here either because it's working through circumstances. And this is a little bit of the cluster, okay? There's a little bit of an astrological cluster right now. There's an astrological cluster. Things are not ideal, right? But things are never ideal. Things have never ever been ideal ever. It's not about things being ideal. Ideal is what we make of difficult situations. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, this is happening across all of the frequencies. If these were energies where there's a lot of healing of trauma, and it's the trauma that is applied when another person articulates or puts one in a space of denial because something isn't energetically perfect. But when someone articulates that they're denying you of something because it's perfect, it's not perfect. It's very convenient, right? Because perfection, as we've spoken about here, is not a location. It's a cardinal direction. Things are never perfect. Things are never ideal. And often, if someone articulates that the reason that they don't want to move forward with us is because it's not perfect, what they're really articulating is they don't want to move forward, period. Right? Because those modalities, it's awful convenient, right? When one is looking for a flaw, one will always find a flaw. If one is saying that the condition in order to move forward is perfection, well, one can stay static indefinitely because we identify the fact that perfection is not found, it is made in less than ideal circumstances. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, healing, and that's why I keep on hearing that's the healing of someone that was inspired, right? Someone inspirational, someone that was always in that space of only moving towards inclination when they felt inspired to do so, drawing away when they did not, but then trying to articulate the reason they were drawing away was because they were not feeling inspired, right? Sometimes those moments when we recognize them can feel frustrating. They can feel devastating because we don't feel like we are seen in that embrace. We feel like we're serving another person's needs. While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, that consistent effort, The ability to say to one another, and this is why these are messages coming through the frequencies, the ability to say to one another, I am not perfect. And the counterpart that responds back to us, whoever made you feel like you had to be in order to be loved. This is the energy that is healing in the process from those same circumstances and situations. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, this is why a lot of this energy is so protective right now, because a lot of that feeling of protectiveness, right? This is the energy that is able to articulate about the difference between being protective and defensive. And the way we can identify the difference between protective and defensive is the ability to articulate upon the meaning that another thing has to us, not the fear that we inhabit as it relates to discussing it. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that. It's a lot of working right now, fundamentally on things, trying to move something forward, but again, not moving away from oneself in the process. Continuing to get clarification between our Tower card in its upright in combination with our Page of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. I called her out. She's out now. All right, we've got our Empress card here. Okay, ask and you shall receive. So I said that it was this feels like the Empress card, and so here she is. So we've got our Empress card here as well. So a lot of this work that we're seeing, I told you, there's a flourishing, right? It's not floundering, it's flourishing. I told you there's a little bit of this training wheels energy that I see right now, and some of these new partnerships are forming. But it's a lot of that space. I keep on seeing it's the energy that says, pardon my appearance, right? It's a lot of this energy that's trying to articulate, and I keep on seeing as they build trust in each other, they're trying to explain, and almost like trying to explain the trepidation, saying, look, I'm not trying to put the wounds of the past on you. I'm just trying to be energetically careful. But that's why I keep on describing this as chariot partnerships right now, because the level of care, what it takes, I keep on seeing the compassionate I keep on hearing the compassionate persistence through difficulty that is observable as it relates to the fickle effort of the past, wherein someone was only coming towards another when at points of inspiration, right? So I just keep on seeing that this is like, look at these two counterparts here coming together in separation, right? The masculine that controls the desire of the self, being empathetic towards the feminine, right? The feminine doing that work and communicating to masculine, the ability to, like I keep on seeing, like the feminine building trust. But these are not relationships where trust is demanded. It's the recognition that trust is earned, and that takes time. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy there that feels like a point of flourishing, but that flourishing of itself, like they're slow. It's not like these warrior partnerships that we saw in the last energetic cycle that were like wonder twins. They came together and like that was it. Like they just, like immediately, like they found each other and they just hit the ground running. These are weaving together. These relationships are like lace. They're interlacing with one another. And there's something about that careful interlacing, that effort and degree of care that is showing the significance of those energetic connections. While for masculine and feminine moving deeper into divine union right now, this is why I keep on seeing in your embrace, I am not perfect, but I am perfected, right? In your embrace, I know that I am not perfect, but I am perfected, because this is the energy that says to one another, not only like you see me. And what does it mean when we say to one another, you see me? When we see one another, when we truly see each other clearly, we often have those sublime moments that we recognize the higher self in the context of the person that we love, right? And those are not moments that we build towards a potential, but we see and recognize that higher self within another, right? We see not only what we desire for another, but we feel the sublime alignment in a moment that we recognize the clarity through which we see another's potential is the same clarity of perspective by which they recognize it within themselves, right? And this is why often the relationships that we're able to build with one another, when we understand ourselves fully, when we understand our path work, they're often met with more clarity because there's no uncertainty in relationality to who we may become because we already recognize and identify that path and we're building forth it towards it with counterpart together. Final card for today's spread between our 10 of cups in its reversal in combination with our Empress card in its upright. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with our Judgment card in its reversal. Now, I'm not surprised to see this right now because I keep on telling you guys there's something very intriguing that's been happening now with the energy, which is the reconsideration, as it were, right? I keep on saying it's like there's a little bit, and we were talking a lot about this last week. I was calling it like the K turn energy, which apparently is a regional thing, but we've had almost like this astrological pivot point that's been occurring here, right? Because what did we see that was happening? We had Mercury and Venus were in Aries, right? And then Neptune's moving forward. And as Neptune's moving forward, Mercury and Venus were pulling backwards. So it's not a complete reversal. It's almost been like it's like a pivot. It's like a rotation because what's happening right now is now Mercury and Venus are going to zip back in front. Like they're going to zip back. Oops, sorry, as I'm knocking my mic. They're going to zip back in front of Neptune, right? It's like almost working through. It's like almost like a little bit of a cosmic knot, if you will, right? Because it's like it's turning into itself and back again. So there's a lot of that space that I see right now as it relates to others reconsidering, right? Working in the space of reconsidering their feelings or working through the space of reconsidering emotions. But often, I need to point this out, when we reconsider, we're often fortified, right? Sometimes in those moments that we reconsider, we're actually amplified because it allows for that context or that modality that allows us to, like I keep on seeing, allows us to have those points of view, like an adjustment of perspective, a breakthrough, if you will. And that's why I'm going to keep on saying the same thing that I said during the eclipse energy. Make sure that you're navigating. Don't assume things right now. If you feel like you're being misunderstood, clarify. If you feel like you misheard something, reaffirm yourself, right? Because again, and that's why I was saying even now, like during that eclipse cycle, working in the context of not taking it personally. When we feel like there's something that we're taking personally, but we're able to recognize and address it with a breath of understanding, there's a lot of, I keep on saying, there's a lot of breakthroughs that we can have in those modalities or in those experiences. But there's like, I keep on seeing that there's a lot of reorientation that is occurring right now across all the frequencies in relationality to how we feel and the things that have meaning to us. Bottom of the deck on today's reading is there's that Knight of Swords in its reversal. And you'll recall one of the things we kept on seeing. Remember this card was popping up so frequently during this eclipse cycle. This card was all over everything. So a lot of those abilities of feeling very triggered, a lot of those abilities of feeling like little, like I keep on seeing, like a lot of those little like pinpricks, like a lot of those little frustrations, not allowing oneself to be frustrated. How do we navigate through that? We have that sense of compassion, remembering that a lot of the work that we experience during this Venus retrograde cycle, we can almost identify it as like what one does when we feel like we have grit thrown on the mirror of the self, right? It's the ability to allow the sense that oftentimes when we see something about the self, if we see something about the self that bothers us, when we get defensive in the face of it, we try to project it outwards. But when it bothers us, we can work on it. We can improve upon it, right? It's the grit that becomes the aspiration, right? And so even here, like the bit of that relief that occurs as it relates to like taking a harsh note or identifying something that you're working on the self in a better way, that adaptability. I want you to kind of embrace a lot of the Gemini energy, which is again what often do Gemini energy related energy lessons teach us. Everything is a gift in the context of understanding what to do with it. So I want to leave you with that today. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a personal reading with me, you can do so on my website. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Justice card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th, that's next week, at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hangman card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. Also, as a paid subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church library. That is, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you a recap on everything we've studied thus far in our classes, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we have studied or are currently studying. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That's access to over 12 hours worth of material in an ever-growing library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your own tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining our class program. And even if you don't become a founding member or a subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post mystic meditations there, which will give you updates on what we've been talking about through the podcast in an article format. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. And I'll think also I'm very happy to offer. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase those on an individual level or as a series. I do encourage, if you purchase the series, that you make sure that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. that is our daily collective read. I thank you guys so much for being here and being a part of it. We are going to get started on personal readings today. Congratulations to Ava. You got our highest gifter for today. And Kath, you got second. You will also have additional cards pulled in your subscriber reading. If anyone else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the fifth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also taking a picture of today's spread. If you would like to see today's spread, you will be able to find it over on my Substack when we post today's podcast. I would encourage you to take a look at today's spread in comparison to yesterday's, because there's a lot of similar cards that we're seeing here. We are going to get started on today's personal readings in just a few minutes. We're also at 17.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Hi there, Bama. Good to see you. Welcome again, Heather. I know it's so and thank you as well, Raven. Thank you for the follow, Natural Mystic. Good to see you today, Ava. Looking for a calmer energy. This is intense. Again, sending you support, T-Bras. And thank you as well. I've got you, Alexandra. The last 24 hours for me felt purposeful. I think that combo of Aries and Virgo, that'll do it. That'll definitely. I think a lot of it as well, Alexandra, is Mercury coming out of retrograde, and I think that the placement of where Mercury is coming out of retrograde right now is very interesting, because I feel like it's looking at the past in a new perspective, right? Like that's its own form of breakthrough. Conchita, thank you for being here and receiving these messages as well. And thank you for the follow, Erica. Grand Rising, Denise, so good to see you today. Hi there, Per, good to see you as well. Brian, Scorpio moon in the first house. Hey. Scorpio moon in the first house is wild, you know? Like that's like you're like you like you know like you didn't come here to mess around. Hi there and welcome. I'm going to do a dream reading. I can't wait, Bridget. Looking forward to it. And for those who are interested in having a dream reading or a past life reading, if there's information that you would like to convey to me, I know that sometimes putting it in the comments is not ideal. Feel free to put the information in the notes section when you send the donation, or you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel and post them in the channels that are dedicated to them as well. I've seen a dream on Discord. Is it going to be that one? Oh, yes, it is. Thank you as well. It's so, I know it's going to annoy you first, Ava. It's like sometimes like the breakthrough energy that we're experiencing, it's going to annoy you, but it's going to propel you forward. Queen, the death card was not the first card. The death card was the center card for today's spread. Under the Tower, and the Judgment card in its reversal. I already had one on live. This will be the second one I posted in Discord. Yes. Looking forward to it. lots of yeah, it is. It's a lot of tea right now, Queen. It will bother you first. Exactly. What was the summary of the first card? Especially with the Knight of Cups in its reversal, with the 9 of Pentacles the breakthrough that we're seeing that's happening right now is being able to tell the difference between inspiration and aspiration, right? The ability to understand like the consistency that comes towards something when we're aspiring for something versus something that we only do when we're feeling energetically inclined to do it, you know? Yes. Oh my God. Thank you for confirmation, Ella. Oh, and thank you guys for communicating over the chat. Hi there, Jacob. Good to see you today. I'm pretty sure I'm just the problem. Don't say that, Am. Don't say that, little purr. Listen, I need to point this out. The ability to like, and I feel like, here's the thing about it. a little bit of this gift, like introspecting upon something and saying, you know what, I think that's something I need to work on. Like that was effectively the lessons, like the lesson, like the challenging space of navigating through this combination of the Virgo, of the Venus retrograde with the Mercury retrograde on top of it, right? It's being able to take an energetic note and allow it to like reshape the self in the process, but in ways that you desire and aspire to shape. Knight of Wands, exactly, Brian. I'm okay. Here's the thing. It's the Knight of Wands. I need to point out for a lot of the masculine energy right now, this is courtesy. This is stoicism, right? This is the energy of masculine saying, I control the emotions. The emotions don't control me. I'm not afraid of my emotions. I have the strength to feel what I feel and communicate through them and not react to them. It's actually rather beautiful. Hi there, V. What time do you usually start your daily lives? I always miss the beginning. So typically, most days I am on here at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. On Thursdays, I usually get on at 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. Eastern. But if you want to be notified as to when I've gone live, V, I always try to put the event directly on my page. Registering for the event will make sure that the notification gets pushed to you. Also, if you want to keep a tighter range, if you want to know where my schedule is, I would also encourage you to follow me on the place where we keep the photos, because I post every day there when you can expect to find me on the next day. I would encourage that if you're going to follow me on the place where we keep the photos, please do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio, as I recognize that there's a lot of accounts that pretend to be me, and that's the best way to make sure you're actually following me. Thank you for sharing the live, V. Hi there, Sharon. How are you doing today? Welcome, Cece. Hi, she is a dump truck. You got one of my favorite usernames on the internet. Um, Jacob, thank you so much for sharing your message. You're so welcome. Have a good night. Rest easy. Addie, am I weird to love the death card and the tower card? It's rebirth, Easter season. No, I don't think. I feel like I feel like anyone who's done their healthy dose of shadow work is not afraid of the death card or the tower card. You know, it's how we navigate a force of change. So I actually say, like, I think that it's a good sign that you're in a healthy place with those cards, because you're like, you're working like that would say to me, you've just done your shadow work. You work to kind of understand and overcome fears. Oh, happy Lent season to you as well, Brian. And Grand Rising, Elisa, Gabby, quite literally what I'm experiencing. Thank you for confirmation as well. And thank you as well, Bridget. Bella, thank you for the hearts, dear. I love this reading as well, Addie. I have a meeting soon. Can I save my reading? Absolutely. Yes, yes, always. Listen, Maria, if you're not here for the reading, you come back at any time. You tell me the date of the day that you sent for the donation, and that reading will be honored. Hi there. How are you doing today? Z baby. This message is lightening something that was weighing heavy on me. You're so welcome, Z. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Lol, I made it for one sentence. Oh, it's okay, Nikki. Better late than never. But it'll look, if you want to catch the full reading, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos later as well. And also as a podcast. Addie, thank you for sharing the live. Alexandra, thank you for the hearts. How many more tarot classes are there? Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots. It's a tarot class program. There's always going to be more tarot classes. So we're moving through all of the major arcana right now. So we're going to continue doing that. And I guess the biggest challenge for me when we complete the major arcana is if we're going to move straight to, like, I need to, and this is something that I'm going to kind of bring forward to the community, if it feels more beneficial to do some classes around the suites. I think that's probably going to be the next thing I do. Like in the next, like the classes, once we move out of major arcana, I think I'm going to be doing work around the suites. I just need to figure out if we're going to how we're going to move through the minor arcana. And thank you as well. Hold on a minute. One moment. Elizabeth, could I have my one card on whether or not one card readings are at the conclusion of the personal readings, Elizabeth. If you'd like to be read sooner, though, if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to pull cards for you. But I need to honor the personal readings first. But as soon as we start doing one cards, I can absolutely draw that card for you. I do spirit animal readings, Ava. Are you talking towards pet readings, or are you looking for connection to spirit animals? I mean, the answer is yes. I'm just trying to define which one it is. Bridget, I have a harder time during the pre and post shadow of Mercury retrograde. That's intriguing. I would be curious to see where the planets were when you were born. If there's something about that shadow that is in relationality to your own chart. But I get it, because here's the thing, sometimes it's working through that feeling of anticipation. What readings am I offering during live right now, Kath? I'm doing angelic guidance, highest priority messages from spirit, mediumship, life path, pet readings, past life, dream interpretation, love readings. Did I miss anything? The only things I won't read for here are pregnancy and medical. Oh, thank you for the compliment on my hair today, she. And thank you for the help, Ava. You're so welcome, Brian. Not sure if I missed anything. It's like the scene in Home Alone. Did you hear me? I said I'm not anymore. Yes. I love that, Bridget. Oh, thank you for the compliment. I feel like my hair is like, it's got a mind of its own. I just work with whatever they give me. You're so welcome, Kath. I may have missed it, but from the comments, sounds like exactly what I'm experiencing. Well, thank you again, Nikki. And again, if you want to catch the recap, if you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on Substack. And it'll also be up as a video over on the place where we keep the videos and the place where we keep the photos. A love reading, Haley, 3 cards for a donation of 28 for non-subscribers. On my B, a longtime follower, new subscriber. Welcome, Elizabeth. I appreciate you and thank you for subscribing. No, I don't have any pets, just spirit animal. Understood. Typically what I would identify there, like we could definitely do a reading to see what animals are coming through if you wanted to have a spirit animal reading. I would love to find out who my spirit animal is. Thank you as well, I'll definitely find it. Thank you, Nikki. All right, my friends. As I mentioned, we're going to get started on reads for today. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. First person we are reading for today is Bridget. And thank you, Bridget, for getting on the list early. You will have an additional card in your reading. I'm just going to pull up the Discord so I can read on the dream that we are going to be reading upon. So just to give you guys clarification, Bridget has posted a dream in our Discord. If you guys would like a dream interpretation reading, sometimes that's the best place to put them, because I know sometimes trying to put them in the comments is a bit of a challenge. So I'm going to be pulling up that reading now so that we can interpret upon it. And my next question is, Bridget, do I have permission to read the dream aloud to the collective? Also, my friends, we are at 19.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right, so I'm going to now read the dream that we'll be interpreting. First part, there's sand, lots of sand pulling me under like the hourglass in Aladdin, and then a genie lap just within my grasp. Oh, a genie lamp just within my grasp. The next part, something is wrong. My lungs are burning. I feel as if I'm slowly suffocating. I'm in a bed and my father is behind me. It feels inappropriate. I'm struggling to tell him something is wrong. I get up and move to get to my mom for help. My father's walking after me and he doesn't seem concerned. I suddenly realize he is the threat. There is a slab of wood nearby that looks like the top of an old school desk. I grab it with the intention of making noise to get my mom's attention in the next room. She's sleeping and am still struggling to stay conscious. But as I turn, I realize I'm going to have to use it to protect myself instead. I hear my father say, I need to make some adjustments. And then I wake up. Also woke up with major heartburn, which I never get. Wow, that is an intense dream. All right. We're going to do, you've got 5 cards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 cards on the first dream, and then I'm going to do 3 cards on the second. Can I please have 2 cards on the first dream, please? Yep. Thank you. Yep. And can I please have, yep, thank you. 3 more cards in relationality to the second dream. Yep. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna walk you through what I'm seeing here as it relates to the dreams. So the first dream has to do, it's actually interesting because they're saying to me that the first dream is a guide dream to help you interpret the second dream. Okay? That effectively the first dream was an allegory on what you were going to be anticipating in the second dream. And the one associative aspect to both dreams is the fact that you are experiencing a point of panic. And so effectively the allegory that was coming through that the guides were giving you with the dream in terms of feeling the pressure of the sand is, it was almost like trying to build you into preparation for the second dream, because what they were effectively saying is, I have to put you through I have to put you through something energetically distressing so that you can see something with more clarity, right? Like they're saying that they're trying to they're and it's also having to do with, and I think that this is really important, um, having to do with the stability that you now have to grasp something, right? Like that's the whole thing. And I think the key word is the fact that you'll notice that in both dreams, the word, like the art, like the action that was happening was both feeling energetically suffocated, but then something being in your grasp, right? The solution, if you will. So the first stream was effectively giving you an allegorical context to understand that sometimes we can't understand something until we are looking for it, right? Because I, like, even in that moment, you weren't I mean, like, you weren't paying attention. You weren't so concerned so much with, like, the sand. Like, your attention was entirely focused on the lamp, as it were. So the understanding, right? Because the lamp, it's interesting too, because like lamps shine a light on things. Um, now and that's why they're saying that they're almost saying to me that the dream was trying to say to you that you finally reached a point of stability in your own self, that you can see something or understand something about a relationship that you couldn't see before. Now that leads us to um, this second dream, and this second dream is a karmic dream. We can identify the fact that this is a karmic dream because it's helping you build a deeper understanding in the context of unfinished business that you feel that is unresolved between you and other energy, right? Now it's giving you, one of the ways that we build into the context of understanding something is it puts it in a way that we can see something with more clarity. And one of the things that is coming through on this is, and this is why there's like the first dream was almost like, we feel like you're ready for this, articulating and discussing or being able to address relationship as it relates to potentially a difficult relationship with the figure of your father, right? Because the one thing that you articulated about that was the fact that there was a context that was being revealed to you in the dream about the fact that there seems to be an intimacy wound between you and your father. There's an uncomfortability as it relates to the relationship that existed between that space. And, the fact that were looking, like you kept on describing these moments of energetic distress with the connection to the father, and you were looking for the mother to create refuge. They were articulating the circumstance where effectively you felt that there was potentially a lack of intimacy from your mother, right? And too much intimacy on the part of the father. So it's almost like that space where it's like both talking towards the calibration, in the sense that the unhealthiness or the distress was coming from the fact that the energy between what you were receiving from them wasn't energetically balanced. Now, as it relates to feeling that you needed to find something to protect the self, right? You articulated upon finding a slab of wood that is an old school desk. They're saying that with the slab of wood that's an old school desk, it has to do with the understanding of, again, coming to the arrival of understanding and recognizing something that you did not have the ability to understand at the time. Because when we see a school desk, it talks towards learning, right? Not learning, like potentially even in those spaces, like it feels to me like there's a lot of work that's coming through in this dream in potentially identifying what feels like the fact that we learn healthy boundaries, right? We learn what is energetically appropriate, often from the context of the energy that raises us. So they're saying that there's something about that work in the space, that the desk was not one that you were learning upon, but something that you had to defend yourself with. It almost feels to me like you had to build a point of trauma in having to protect yourself early, or having to learn something in order to better understand something that occurred in your past, right? And also, that formidable moment, or that formidable message that we saw that occurred at the end of the dream in relationality to saying, I need to make some adjustments. um, I feel like that even here articulates about um, working, like working to potentially like resolve a situation or circumstance where it may have felt that another wasn't necessarily helping you learn something from a space of compassion, but almost felt like they were trying to teach you things in such a way that it almost may have come into this space of feeling like they were often, like it's giving me the type of energy of potentially like wounds around someone feeling like they need to punish one another for the sake for their own good, if you know what I mean. Like that's what's so difficult about it. It's like it's almost someone who is like looking at the results of a relationship and decide and like coming through like a very cold place as it relates to modifying, you know, their own behavior in order to bring out qualities and characteristics in another, right? Because there's something very like I keep on seeing, like there's something very operational that is almost indicated in a statement like that. So it's not necessarily like it's articulating and potentially like building upon someone that may have felt like they tried to like withdraw empathy in order to like toughen you up, or in order to like bring out a certain qualities and characteristics in the self. A lot of this though, and again, I think that the valuation point, particularly with the first dream, in the fact that the sand was falling. Because you have to also remember, the reason that the sand was falling on you is because you were effectively in an hourglass, right? Like sand falls on us. And it's interesting too, because I keep on seeing that there's something about that. The reason sand was falling on you is almost because they're also saying that that's an articulation point about the sand that falls through an hourglass, saying that you've reached a point of maturation. You've reached a point of stability in your own experience, that you're ready to face something or to look at a relationship in a context that you haven't before, that may have previously been too painful to observe but now may feel revelatory. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, like again, it's giving me a lot of spare the rod and spoil the child kind of energy, right? It's giving me a lot of this energy as it relates to someone that may have been in some kind of context that was trying to say they were doing something for another's benefit. But, and often in those moments, and this is what's so painful for those of us who, like, when we go through trauma environments where someone says that they're doing something because they don't want to do it, but they feel like they need to do it, it's even more difficult when we sometimes move out of those experiences and we realize, no, it feels very much like it was focused towards the person, right? Like it's often those moments that feel like they're devastating because there was another way, right? And they're almost saying to me that there's something about that context. And this is why sometimes we have these moments that we have these memories come back to us, because they're saying that there's something about, I feel like it's almost someone who was saying you'll understand someday. And the hallmark of this dream is that you finally reached the exact age and perspective of the person that was treating you in a certain way. So they're saying that, like, that point of judgment has almost arrived because you can look back upon something and mark, like, you can mark their words. They said someday you'll be in my position. And I feel like there's something about you coming into that position and looking at something and saying, I'm at that position, it's still not okay. Right? It doesn't feel to me like a moment that you're like, like, it's not that moment that you're looking back and saying, I get it now, but it's saying, like, I almost see you like shaking your head and saying, I still don't get it, nor will I ever. Because even in that, like, now, because you're in the same position as them, you're not agreeing, like, you're not feeling the comfortability. I almost see you looking back and saying, this makes it even worse from this perspective. That is our daily collective read. That is not our daily collective read. That is the dream interpretation. I want to thank you so much, Bridget, for sharing that incredibly intense dream. And I hope this interpretation helps you as you navigate through it, because it's a very impactful dream, and I feel like it has a lot to do with feeling the confidence of how you, like, on your own healing journey. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. It's pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. There's one other thing I need to bring up in this dream that's really important, Bridget, and it has to do with the placement of these cards. So I need to stress this. I just want to show this to you. We've got the Queen of Pentacles here, and this is you, and this is you healing. Now, what's interesting is when I drew for this dream and I was trying to get the figures of the individuals in the dream, these 2 came up. But I need to stress here something that's really important. This card was representing the father, and this card was representing the mother. And so they're saying that, in a way, there was like a counter oppositional confusion point happening in relationality to intimacy, because the energy, it says to me almost like the perception of feeling like the energy of the father was in the feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, right? Working through a lot of complications of intimacy. But we see the mother energy in the masculine. Again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but being more in a space of being detached or absent. So there's something really important about that I also wanted to communicate as it relates to having, like, helping you understand the dream to a deeper, like, in a deeper way. All right, next person that we're reading for today. And if anyone else is interested in having a dream interpretation, you can do so. I would encourage that if you are going to have a dream interpretation, that you make sure to put your notes in, rather than trying to put the dream in the comments here, you can put your notes in when you send the donation. Or if you're a subscriber to, you can go to our Discord and put them directly in the Discord channel for dreams. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Next person on the list for today, though, is Maria. Maria, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. Also, friends, we're at 22.9K likes. When we get 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Haley, a love reading is 3 cards for 28 for non-subscribers. All right, and I've got just reading over Bridget's notes. Wow, indeed. That was a deep dream. I agree, Angie. And same, Nikki. Thank you for those hashtags, Empty. Oh, wow. I feel like I can see this from those cards. Thank you for confirming. I know the cards on this are wild. Like they're very in alignment with the read. I've been working with my guides daily on uncovering hidden things that need to come to light. Well, let this dream serve as confirmation on that as well. Yes, I recently wrote a letter to my mother to forgive her for not protecting me as a child. Thank you so much again thank you for confirmation on the dream and from my father. I'm sending you so much support on this journey, Bridget, and I hope unpacking this dream helps you further on that healing journey. Amutha, thank you for the follow and thank you for sharing the live. Yes, it felt like I was drugged in the dream. Yes, thank you. You're so welcome, dear. Thank you for confirmation. Yeah, I know that was an intense reading. I've got like my third eye's like burning up reading on it. What's in the air these few weeks? I've been feeling very nostalgic. Yeah, Brittany, you're feeling nostalgic right now because we've been talking like we've had like the nostalgia factory happening recently with like Neptune, Mercury, and Venus all jammed up together. I feel like working through a lot of that nostalgia right now is going to happen very quickly because Mercury and Venus are going direct. Thank you, Addie, for that gift. I'm happy to read for you personally on that, on how it's going to impact you if you'd like to get on the list as well, dear. All right. Yep. And again, Brittany, if you missed the Daily Collective, we went into a deep dive on what the energy is doing right now. You can find that over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast. It's on my Substack and over on Spot at Tarot Church. Thank you. I've made peace with my father and I'm learning to make peace with my mother now. Yeah, and that's the thing about it that's interesting is they keep on saying to me like the dream was helping you identify the context of the role reversal. I feel kind of sad after this reading. There's a lot of catharsis on this reading. I think that makes a lot of sense. I will never understand how she just stood by, but I have to let go of the waiting for an apology. I'm holding so much space for you on that, Bridget, and you're validated to feel that way. This is heavy. You're so welcome, Bridget. Sending you so much support on that journey. No, it's not a bring down. It's not a bring down at all. And thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the comments. Hey there, Rainbow. How you doing? It's been a minute. I had read the dream description and related to a lot. Arrived at the end of the reading. Thank you for being here, and thank you for also receiving these messages. All right, we are going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Maria. Now, Maria had to step out. I'm not sure if Maria is back yet. Maria, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. Maybe for the best, as this can be intense for me. It was an intense reading. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. All right, if Maria is away, the next person we're reading for today is Ava. Ava, thank you so much for winning our highest gifter today. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, for anyone who's joining us here today who would like to get on the list, you will be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm just going to take a minute to put the offer back in. If you missed the daily collective read, it will be up on the place where we keep, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos and the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on Spot. And also, hold on a minute. I'm having a hard time typing and talking. Remember, we are currently doing a giveaway. When we get to 50K likes, we will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a drawing. So please make sure to tap that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it does push this reading out to more individuals. So I always appreciate that as well. And if you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. Perfect. There we go. Thank you. All right. A reading on my spirit animal and how I can work with them for personal growth. I've got you, dear. Hold on a minute. I was not here to hear all the context, judging from the dream, sending love, lots of compassion. Same. Absolutely. All right. Can I please get four cards for Ava? Four cards for Ava as it relates to animals, spirit animals. What is the quality and characteristics of that energy, please? Come on. I know you want to come out. Two more, please. And one more. And one more, please. Mm. I mean, the thing about this, Ava, everything I'm seeing around this is like, I keep on seeing, like, I've got two different spirit animals that I'm seeing around you right now. I'm seeing a butterfly and a hummingbird. Um, and there's something really important about the fact that they're showing me both. Because, you know, and it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing it's the meeting point between butterfly and a hummingbird. Um, you know, the butterfly, and they're actually, it's interesting because they're saying like the butterfly is like the first half of the year and the hummingbird is the second. Because, one of the things that they're showing me, they're saying like one of the things that they want you to think about a lot right now is, and they're actually, like, the thing about it that's interesting is they're showing me a butterfly that is effectively in their chrysalis stage. And what they're basically bringing to the forefront is, I'm not sure if you've ever heard this, but there's something very important about um, the chrysalis stage of a butterfly, and that is to say that um, a butterfly has to be extremely strong. And the reason that they're bringing forth the idea that the butterfly has to be strong is because they're talking about, and I feel like it's interesting because if you feel like if your guides have been stepping back from you right now, like, this is why. Because, and I'm not sure if you've heard this before, but the thing with butterflies or anything that's in a chrysalis period is you can't you can't help someone. Even if you see like a butterfly struggling to come out of their cocoon, you can't help the butterfly. And why can't you help the butterfly? Because every step of the evolution of a butterfly is necessary to create a butterfly. Um, if you try to help a butterfly out of its cocoon, you effectively unalive the butterfly, is what they keep on saying. Because the amount of work it takes the butterfly to push through the cocoon is exactly the strength that is needed to strengthen their wings, um, in order to allow them to be able to fly. It's not it's not, I keep on hearing, it's not a tragedy, it's a necessity. right? It's not a shame. It's a release. And so, they're saying this to a certain extent because I feel like they're trying to give you some indication that they're with you right now. Like they're with you every step of the way on something. But if you're having a hard time reaching out to your guides right now, um, this is why. And the reason that they're saying somewhere between a butterfly and a hummingbird right now. And you have to understand, and you have to recognize that this is what's important as it relates to when I do animal interpretations. So when I do animal guide interpretations, I'm articulating that that's how the guides see us. So these are the animal representations that your guides are showing to me to help me understand and articulate to you what processes you're currently going through right now. And that's why they keep on saying somewhere between a butterfly and a hummingbird, because they're saying that the butterfly, they need to go through those processes. They need to find the ability to find the strength to persevere, because that same level or degree of strength is what allows the butterfly to be able to be lifted off of the wings once they come out of that experience. So they're saying, like, let that, like, anything that you're going through right now, let it fortify you, let it strengthen you. Remember that you have the ability to rise through it, is what I keep on hearing. Like that is like your mantra right now as it relates to that spirit animal. Now, the reason that they're saying this to me, and they're saying that they're stepping back, they're really not like showing themselves to you right now, is because they want you to have confidence in your choices. Hummingbirds have confidence in their choices. Hummingbirds don't look outside the self for direction. Hummingbirds pivot on a dime, right? They're like the fastest bird in the sky. They're small, but they're mighty. Um, and they've got incredibly strong wings. And that's why they kept on saying something between a butterfly and a hummingbird. Because the thing with if you notice a hummingbird's wings, they never stop moving. They're always active. And the confidence that it takes to feel the security in just abruptly changing something and not looking around. I keep on hearing the reason they're showing me the hummingbird is because they're doing a lot of work right now and helping you build confidence in your choices. And when we build confidence in our choices, we don't want to look around for approval, right? Like, am I doing it okay? Like we don't feel the need to check. We don't feel the need to check ourselves outside of ourselves, right? So they're showing me a hummingbird. They're showing me a hummingbird because a hummingbird moves so quickly because it doesn't doubt itself, right? It makes a choice. It makes it quickly, and it stays consistent in that choice, right? That's why a hummingbird can be flying and then just do like a 90-degree lift, because they're saying to me it takes a lot of the confidence of a hummingbird to trust their instincts, right? Not to falter, to just be able to make a rapid decision and to be able to turn on a dime when they feel the inclination to, but not be reactive, right? To be intentional in the strength of building into something with conviction, right? Like the certainty of the self that it takes to like switch to a 90-degree angle as you're flying. So they're saying that a lot of this work right now, it almost feels like you're going through a little bit of a strength training exercise. So if you're feeling like your guides are a little absent, they're like waiting in the wings. they're like waiting in the wings for you to build through that pathwork of determination, trusting yourself in those processes, and also coming to trust yourself even in the face of things that make you question yourself. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yep, there's that tower, right? It's working. And a lot of this is having to work, like healing yourself from the need to kind of look for others for approval, right? I keep on seeing none of this. I keep on seeing none of this double checking nonsense is what I'm hearing. Like, I don't know why they're saying I don't know why they're saying none of this double checking. I think the reason they're saying none of this double checking is because you know when we I keep on hearing the difference between double checking, and I'll take that into consideration, right? Like, and the reason they're saying that is because when we're confident in a decision that we're going to make, we know it's the right choice for us. And that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that there isn't an opportunity for us to be mistaken, but we take it as a learning experience, right? It's not being righteous. It's having that moment that, again, if someone has a note for us, you know, if there's I keep on hearing the difference between saying, if I'm missing something, tell me, right? Versus someone being like, you're doing it wrong, right? Like that is like the energy that I'm seeing here. Like learning to work through the difference between, like, identifying the difference between an opinion and an insight. That's what's interesting about it. That's why they keep on saying somewhere between a butterfly and a hummingbird, because they're saying they're working through understanding the context of the difference between an opinion and an insight, which is when someone gives you a note, if it's something that they would rather prefer for you, something that serves their needs, or something that feels like it helps you, right? Something that doesn't benefit them. So that's why it's interesting too that they were saying something between, they're saying something between a butterfly and a hummingbird, because it comes back to that allegory I told you about, the fact that you don't help a butterfly. That often in the moment they say, well, I was just trying to help. I'm like, you didn't help. You made something worse. Like, often when others try to assist us and they say that they're doing it for our benefit, when we haven't asked for it, they're not doing it for us. They're doing it for themselves. And so they're saying that there's something about some of these processes right now. And that's why they're saying even now, like the reason they're showing a hummingbird is because we don't help hummingbirds, but we do help hummingbirds. Why do we help hummingbirds? We leave sugar out for them, right? We don't try to help them. We don't try to fix the hummingbird. We offer them something. So they're saying the reason that they're showing me the context of the difference between a butterfly and a hummingbird is because they're saying that you're learning the nuance between the difference of a note someone gives you that feels like it serves them, but they're trying to get you to change yourself in the process, versus energy that's truly offering something because they care about you and it's non-conditional. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today is, what did I write there? Um, I've got, hold on a minute. I think Kath, you were second right now in the contest. So I've got Kath, who is second in the contest. And let me just confirm something here. I also noticed, Kathleen, you also sent for a reading. And Ruby, thank you for confirming. I've got you on the list as well. Kath, would you like me just to include? Yeah, I noticed that. Should I just include additional cards in your reading, considering that you got or how would you like me to do it? I can give you an additional card in your reading, or do you want to keep the 2 cards for the sub reading? And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And thank you so much for those gifts, Rainbow. I am through, a promise. I've been working through this for 20 years. I mean, like they're saying, like, the thing about it, Bridget, is they're saying you've been working through it for 20 years, but they're saying now you're finally in a space that you can understand and heal it. Because they're saying to me that they kept on saying something about someone saying you'll understand someday. They're like, you had to reach this point, be like, I am now at that point and it's still not okay. I'm a butterfly. I love that, Bridget. That's amazing. annoying, but also cathartic when it comes back up in dreams. I mean, that's what the dream space is for. It shows us things again to see how much we've changed in the context of viewing it. Yes, I'm still actively working on healing my mother wound, so I'm not surprised. Sending you so much support on that journey, Bridget. I am so amazed that we have so many helpers guiding us. They're everywhere if we look for them, right? Thank you as well, Ella. I'm grateful to Sin because I would have never made the connection. Oh, you're so welcome, dear, and thank you for sharing that dream with us. It was a very heavy dream, and I really appreciate you trusting me with reading for it. And Marnie, thank you for sharing the live. Mel, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Every time I'm on the live, I hear something new. Thank you, Per, for being here and receiving these messages. It's so magical. Legit my day. Thank you as well for being here and receiving these messages, Ovi. I don't need confirmation. I already know. Like that confidence in the self. Continue to hold on to that, dear. And B, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Ava. I've got you, Kath. And I've got you, Ruby. All right. I love just hanging out and listening to readings. It's relaxing and comforting. Oh, I appreciate you, Elisa. And thank you guys so much for making this collective such a wonderful space to be able to take the time to learn from each other's readings as well. Yes, additional. Okay, perfect. All right, Kath, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or is it in the notes? All right, I've got it. Also, Per, I just wanted to check. Did you schedule a reading with me today? Because I thought I saw you on my calendar today, but it's odd. I didn't see you coming up in my messages, so I just wanted to make sure that wasn't a scheduling mistake from the other day. It is a sacred space, and I need to point out you guys make it sacred. So thank you for being here and sharing the space for one another. That's what I thought. I was like, am I like losing it? I'm like, why is this popping up here? I think it was an accidental. I just wanted to double check because I didn't want to miss a reading. Thank you for confirming, dear. All right, reading for Kath right now. Any advice I should explore and apply to other? Hold on a minute. Any spirit-led advice, thinking I should explore and apply to other companies now, or if I should stay. Any advice and apply it, or I got you. All right, can I please get and just remember, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. We are also at 28K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. Can I get 4? We're going to do. All right, I'm going to do, because you've got the additional card coming, I'm going to do 4 cards, current, next situation, advice going forward. 2 cards here. 2 for the future. Okay, 3 for the future. All right, can I get 1 more, please, then? Thank you. I mean, here's the thing about it. I feel like you're at a bit of an energetic impasse right now. Um, I keep on seeing, like, I see a situation right now that, like, it feels a little bit like a sweet spot, but it also feels like, um, it feels, mm, I mean, they're saying to me that the choice is the choice is up to you, and it has to do with what you prioritize at this time. Because everything I keep on seeing around a circumstance or situation is related to, I keep on hearing comfort zone or challenges you. Comfort zone or challenges you. If you're looking for an energetic comfort zone right now, there's something about where you are that it's stabilizing, because you could do it into perpetuity. You know what I mean? Like it just, It's like I can almost see like you can do it with your eyes closed. You know what I mean? Like this is like this is set it and forget it kind of energy. But the difficulty point um has to do with navigating through like the hurdle there is staying in something too much to the point that it feels like stagnation, you know? And that's the thing about it. I keep on seeing, I keep on hearing there's something about where you are now that feels like it's in perpetuity, but there's not a lot of opportunity to move. You know what I mean? Like, and that's, and here's the thing about it. The guys are saying that's not necessarily a bad thing. If that's your priority, if you're just looking for something that is like steady and consistent, um, then that's the place to be. You know, a new opportunity, I see a lot more movement around it. I see a lot more travel, but I also see a lot more time investment, right? And I keep on seeing there's something it has to do. I don't know why they're saying this, but they're saying it has to do with integrating a hobby is what I keep on seeing, right? Because I feel like, and here's the thing about it, and that's why I keep on hearing like a lot of the challenges of identifying work right now has to be specifically around separate or apart. I see something here with an outside passion. I see something here that feels like it's close to you, some kind of artistic expression point. Um, if you want to continue to be in that space of having like having the room in that way to do something, then this might be the comfortability point, right? This is like I keep on seeing there's a lot of work right now around, like a lot of the work that's happening as it relates to you has to do with refining a manifestation goal. Like if you're okay with something being separate, being like this is what I do here and this is what I do there and never the twain shall meet, like they're saying that's a good space to be. But I keep on seeing that there's some kind of deep desire here for integration, you know? I keep on seeing that there's some kind of desire here to integrate, in which case now would be a great opportunity. But they're saying, like, look for positions that help you integrate as it relates to something that you like doing outside of work versus something that you want to be doing inside of work, right? Because they're saying the overarching thing to be wary of, I keep on seeing, would be a parallel transition, which is doing something like moving into something that still has that separation quality that I'm identifying here. So they're saying like if you're going to go in that point of exploration, now is nice because it's allowing you to be very picky. It doesn't feel like you have to take anything, only something that feels like it would be very, very special. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like the ability, I keep on hearing like um it's not picky if it's important. Like they're actually saying that now is a good time to kind of look towards outside of things because it doesn't feel like you're in a rush. It doesn't feel like something that you have to like, you know, like run towards. It feels like something that you can like casually, I keep on hearing casually browse. Like being able, like I keep on seeing there's something about thinking about looking for opportunities right now in the space of like casually browsing, which means like you don't necessarily need it. But if something catches your eye that seems amazing, like by all means, like this might be that moment that allows you the ability to, get a little bit, I keep on saying, get a little bit closer to the ideal of the higher self, because I do feel like there's something about the higher self right now that feels something like feels somewhat like stagnated around something. So I keep on hearing like your higher self keeps on saying like it doesn't hurt to look. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kathleen, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm also, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Make sure you're tapping that screen. I also appreciate when you guys tap the screen, as it pushes this live out to those who have not necessarily experienced or seen it before. So it's always deeply appreciated when you show support to the live by tapping the screen. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And if you'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. We are doing general today, dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit, mediumship, pet readings, past life. I've got you, Ruby. Absolutely, dear. All right. Yes, thank you as well. Just reading over the comments. Yes, just additional. Thank you. Any spirit-led advice? Yep, absolutely. And thank you again, Kath, for having that reading with me, and wish you the best of luck on your journey. And you guys make it a sacred space. Thank you, Nikki. I completely agree. Truly is a tarot church. Thank you, Alexandra. Feeling like I'm in a cross. Yeah, and that's the thing about it when I'm seeing it's and I have to stress this. Like the guides are saying, it's a refinement of a manifestation goal. So it has to do, like they're saying, that the answer will come to you by sitting down and really working through where you see yourself, like what that life looks like, because they're saying more than anything, if you're I keep on seeing that it's not about, there's something about this time right now that I see you trying to integrate something. So they're saying if there's something that you want to integrate and you don't feel like it's integrating now, having the opportunity to look around to see if there's an opportunity to have something that integrates further is always beneficial. I feel like I'm at an impasse point. Yep. I feel that. Like I need a breather now. I've been casually browsing and we'll continue to do that. Okay, good. I'm glad that this is in alignment, with what you're doing, which is, again, like they're saying, you have the luxury. They're saying that you have the luxury of taking your time, and the luxury of taking your time is just waiting for something that feels like it's like a definite yes instead of a maybe. Can I do one card on the dream and the rest angel led? Absolutely. Yeah, of course. You're so welcome, Kath. All right. Oh. All right, let's continue. Where did you put the dream, Ruby? Is it in the Discord? I hope you're able to get some rest, Jacob. All right. All right, where were we? And Ruby, can you just confirm where the dream is? No, the one we talked about earlier. Oh, that one. Yeah, got it. Okay, cool. All right. I gotta remember the dream. Hold on a minute. All right. So we're doing one card on the dream, and then three cards on angelic guidance. Yep. Yep, one card on the dream, please. And 3 on angelic guidance. That's okay. Got 4 coming out. Sorry. I feel like there's something. You walked in on a conversation in the dream space. Like you walked in on a conversation, And what's interesting about it is like, the funny thing about this dream, I have to stress this. This is not a dream. This was not, they're saying to me that wasn't a dream. That they're saying to me that you were walking through a liminal space and you overheard your guides talking. Is what I keep on seeing. This was not a dream. I keep on they're actually saying like the message is coming through is that it wasn't a dream. You overheard, like they're saying to me you overheard your guides talking. Was it half awake and asleep? Were you half awake and asleep when that came through? They were having a conversation. I keep on hearing someone say you weren't supposed to hear that. You weren't supposed to hear that. You overheard a conversation. That was one of your abilities. They're saying to me that wasn't a dream. That was one of your abilities. You overheard a conversation. And for further confirmation, Strega's like about to accidentally knock over my light. They're like, you weren't supposed to hear. They just keep on saying to me, yeah, you weren't supposed to hear that. That was not a dream. You were coming out of the dream space. You overheard a conversation that your guides were having about someone that won't leave you alone. And they're saying to me, we told them once, we've given them a warning. What happens after that? Remember, every time I've done a reading for you and I've said what has been coming through from your guides, don't worry about don't worry about it. It doesn't have anything to do with you. They gave someone a warning. They can't be clearer. It says to me they've given someone some kind of energetic warning in some way, shape, or form, not to mess with you. You know, and that's why I keep on seeing this energy that's like they're literally having a conversation. It's saying to me, I'm hearing there was an ancestor, you overheard a conversation that was happening between an ancestor and a guide. And the ancestor was complaining that someone was still continuing to come towards you. And the guide saying to me that they're like, we warned them. We've made it clear. We've shown them the consequences if they keep it up. And that's why they were saying like it's not like that's why they keep on saying what happens after that is on them. Because I keep on getting like when the guides when I see like when the guides are like couldn't have made it any clearer. Like it almost feels like they gave someone an energetic warning shot across the prow of something, you know, like that, like again, like kindly, respectfully, like let it let it go, and that's why I keep on seeing it's like an energetic like that's why remember that like I keep on saying like mind your business is a powerful prayer. Like, you know what I mean? Like just not reacting to someone, not letting them trigger you because it does feel like someone that keeps on trying to pull on your heartstrings, you know? It feels like someone that's doing everything possible to try to create Strega, cut it out now. Strega, hold on. Strega, basta. Case in point. Stop it. Sorry. Case in point. They've given someone every indication to stop something, and yet they seem to be invested in trying to emotionally provoke you, right? To try to elicit some kind of emotional reaction from you. And this is why they're saying to me that that was not a dream. That was one of your gifts. Strega, stop it. Basta. Strega, sorry. That they're basically saying to me that one of the that you actually just overheard the guides talking. And I mean, this is like, I just want to point out, this is exactly what they were talking about. They're like, we told them, like, we told them to stop. We gave them every warning, and that's why they're saying, like, they know it's almost like you almost heard someone saying they know that, like, we couldn't have made it clearer that they know the energetic consequences of their actions. Like they're saying this wasn't a dream. This was you. This was one of your, this is just, like it's giving me like they're actually going oopsies. Like I keep on asking them like, what was the dream? They're going oopsies. And I mean, that falls into what we're seeing in relationality to, again, the thing with angelic energy is when you choose yourself, angelic energy has your back, right? That's why they're saying, like, again, like when you choose yourself, angelic energy has your back. And they said they're saying to a certain extent, don't look back, right? Why is the energy saying don't look back? They're saying don't look back because they're saying don't worry about it. We got it. Don't get triggered by them, right? Don't go snooping around. Don't go trying to figure out if someone's being weird. Like leave it, like let them like just like don't, like I keep on saying, water off your back. Don't get invested, right? Because it feels like someone, again, energy that demands attention will do confusing things for the sake of the attention that they desire. So that's why they keep on saying to me when I read for you on this, they're like, something happens. No, it didn't. Forget about it. Like they're like, it's giving me, you've got, like, it's going like, keep walking. Like it's just like, like shrug it off and keep walking. They're saying you can talk, you can bring it up later, but don't let someone, like, don't let someone energetically distract you, especially if they're being ridiculous. So, I mean, again, it's interesting because they're saying that, that you, like, you even catching that conversation was its own form of affirmation, right? Which is saying to me, like, it's giving you, it's like affirming something that you've seen that feels confusing. And it's also like letting you know, like, your guides and the angelic energies, like, opinion on the subject, and that's why they kept on having readings for you that said, like, don't like that, like, another's choices, like, those are their choices, not yours, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, man. Like that's why I keep on seeing, like, no emotional appeals. Don't let someone, like, don't let someone trigger you from a place of emotionality. I just keep on seeing something here that is almost requiring, like I said, like, energy making you question yourself, or trying to create a space of being like, why are you so emotionally reactive? Like, again, like, if someone, recognize when someone will do something where they're pushing your boundaries to make you emotionally react, and then being like, why are you so angry all the time? Right? Like, they're saying, like, just be mindful of that. Like, someone who's, like, perpetually doing things that are, like, maddening, and then being like, yeah, I don't know why they're so angry. It's like that type of energy that's just, like, poking you and doesn't mention the fact that they're doing, like, being like, well, yeah, they're angry, like, energy that's always like, energy. The song of energy that is constantly provoking others is, I don't know why they're so angry all the time, is what I keep on hearing. Like, that's what yeah, they're saying, I'm going to say that again. They're saying the song of energy perpetually provoking is, I don't know why they're so angry all the time. So they're saying, remember that and identify that, and remember that's the song they want to sing if they're trying to energetically provoke you. So don't do them the luxury. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Pinks in my Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The list is open. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. I'm also still looking for Maria. Maria, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And again, I'm also going to be opening it up right now to 1-card readings for subscribers. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. If you're a subscriber, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. Oh, and Pops, I've got you, dear. All right, please pause on the subscriber readings. We are going to do a reading for Pops. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. You're so welcome, Kath. No, the one, yep. And thank you for confirmation, Ruby. Yep. Hi there, Erica. Good to see you. Ruby, the funny thing is one of the people seemed like they were someone else's guide. No, that's what, no, you, that's like, yeah, that wasn't a dream. That was a gift. It wasn't a dream. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. Yeah, they're saying, oopsie, you weren't supposed to, they're going, oopsie, you weren't supposed to hear that. You were half asleep. Yeah, you were coming out of it. Yeah, that's exactly what was happening. Someone else's guide was coming to you and being like, yeah, and they're like they're saying like I keep on hearing like shut off the prow. They're like we gave them a warning. What happens like what happens after that? They're going what happens after that's their business. Yes, half asleep. Thank you, Pops. And now we have some context after all. Thank you, Per. Oh, all right. And thank you as well, Bridget. All right. I went to bed praying that karma does its thing and found out a lot before falling asleep. Well, and they're saying even now, like that's what I keep on seeing. Like you're not, I just see you kind of like navigating from a situation and like they're saying, like the guides are saying, like leave it to us. Don't like let it like just like I keep on hearing better, not bitter, you know, like not my business is a powerful prayer. Yeah, exactly, Pop Strega. Thank you, Strega, for helping to punctuate that reading. I've got to clean up the trash can now. But I need to point out, right? And I need to point this out. Like, what was Strega doing? She was going through the trash. So, like again, like don't they're saying like don't go putting your investigator hat on something. Don't go trying to like don't go on some kind of like wild goose chase that someone's trying to put you on. Sending you so much support on that journey, Ruby. Yeah, exactly. It is. Yeah, like really. Like, and I need to point out, as soon as the reading ended, she stopped doing it. So, like now I don't know where she went. Nay and Nana, thank your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Ruby, I think it's funny that it was Jackie Chan hearing the dude out in the dream. Oh, that's wild. Oh my gosh. No, I'm not. No, that is angelic energy. No, because angelic energy sometimes likes to build into personas. No, that was angelic energy because sometimes angelic energy builds into personas. Thank you, Ella. It was very accurate for me. Thank you, Nana. Ruby, one card, love. Yep, I've got you, dear. Okay. To be fair, I put my no, and the fact that no, the fact that it's a celebrity, the fact that you saw a celebrity is to me further confirmation that it was angelic energy. Yep, no worries. You know, you did. You were, to be fair, you did put your card before the payment this time. You're so welcome, Jacob. And Chrissy, thank you for getting on the list, dear. All right. Okay, where were we? And I'm going to draw one card for love on Ruby, and then we're going to get to Chrissy's reading. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. And also, we are at 36.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. That's actually this is actually your card. It was interesting because I didn't see this card fall out. This is your card, Ruby. Don't like it's very much in alignment with what we saw in the collective read, which is like no settling right now. You know, like not working in the space of something that's okay, but recognizing something that is progressing, like in a way that feels. I keep on hearing shared manifestation goals, like someone who isn't afraid to talk about what it is that they want to create with you, right? Um, I keep on hearing not passing the time, but invested in building something, right? Like not someone just looking to pass the time, but someone that is like energetically committed in relationality to wanting the same things as you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, because I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing someone that wants the same things as you isn't going to be afraid to share their dreams or their aspirations, you know? They're not going to be they're not going to be triggered about a conversation as it relates to um like what their timeline is what I keep seeing, you know? Um and I do like I keep like I there's a lot of sword energy around something here, which is like what I keep on like seeing, which is I keep on hearing like the word for you, like the hallmark word for you right now is whatever you need that can make something easier. You know what I mean? Like someone who wants to like help you, not someone that's demanding things of you. So like be a little patient right now, but also identify like there's something here that's going to be moving slower than you expect because it's the difference between someone like demanding versus someone that's trying to build trust, right? Like I keep on seeing it's like, there's almost like something that feels like it's building trust is going to grow as it relates to how you feel about it rather than like knock you over with emotions is what I keep hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby, and thank you for being a subscriber. We're now reading for Chrissy. I just need to take a moment to pull up the question. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. And just bear with me a moment. All right. And just a reminder to those joining us, we are at 38K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. All right. Thank you so much. You mentioned a hummingbird, but also my notification is a bird. Oh, wow. All right. One card on love for Heather while I pull up Pops's question. Um, like this is make sure you're having important conversations sooner than rather than later. Like are making sure that you share manifestation goals should not be the last conversation, it should be the first. Energy that wants the same things from as you isn't going to hesitate in telling you what those things are. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this death card in its reversal. Um, like this is really saying to me, like this might even feel like something from the past coming back up. Someone from the past coming back up. Remember the difference between someone that says I miss you versus I want the same things as you, right? Like not the energy that like wants to catch up. Like I'm also getting a sense of understanding. We don't go back to things for closure. Closure opens things, they don't close things. So you get to decide if something's going to be a healing conversation. Don't let someone else tell you it would be good. You get to decide if it's good. Thank you so much, Heather. All right, I've got Chrissy, general, spirit led. for Squid Lydia. Hi there, Kristen. I just changed my background on Monday to a hummingbird painting by Alex Gray. That's wild. Oh, thank you for also receiving these messages. You're so welcome, Heather. All right. I'm going to do one card for Alexandra, and I'm going to do a one card for Lydia, and then we're going to continue with personal readings. General Spirit led for Lydia, please. Highest party messages from Spirit. 2 cards coming out, dear. I feel like, what is this? Like, this is feeling to me like, what do you feel like energy's ganging up on you or something like here? I feel like there's something about this. I feel like there's something about this that like it's giving me the kind of energy of someone that's like trying to tell you that like it has like it's very much the same message, which is again, being nice isn't polite. Like courtesy is being respectful of another's choices. So make sure you're not confusing. Make sure someone isn't confusing niceness with courtesy. You can be impolite and nice when you're pushing against someone else's boundaries. You know, like they're not the same thing. Niceness and courtesy are like again, and the song of someone like trying to push your boundaries is why won't you let me be nice to you? Right? It's like because when someone insists, they're not being mindful of what it is that you're asking for. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like again, it's not nice to insist. You can be nice as you insist, like if you as you insist, but it's not nice to insist. Someone might like often when someone's insisting, it's very rude. You can be very rude as you're being like, perpetually nice about something when you're not being respectful of what another person has asked for. So just be attentive of that. Don't let someone twist it. All right, Alexandra, card angel led, please. All right. I feel like you've had some kind of breakthrough, you know, like your own ability of being energetically confident and strong in something is paying off. Continue to bring resiliency and persistence to something that you're working on right now. It's going to pay off. Bottom of the deck, potentially and especially as it relates to healthy relationship. You know, healthy relationship, like anything that you're moving away from that someone said you were asking too much, it's going to be like I see some energy like you're moving towards being like, that's all, you know, it's not too much for someone that wants the same things as you. So hold those energetic standards. Thank you, Alexandra. All right, we're reading now for Pops. Chad visited me in my dream the night before last and gave me a kiss. Finally, tomorrow makes a year that he's been gone. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Pops. I get us whatever comes through on that. I got you, dear. All right, can I please have 3 cards? 3 cards, please. I mean, I feel like the dream is some kind of indication to help you understand and recognize that someone hasn't gone anywhere. You know, I mean, like the thing about it is, it's in like here's like here, but I need to point this out. They're saying to me these are healthy visitations. You know what I mean? Like there's something about this that, and how do I work? Hold on, I gotta do some work on this. Hold on. Somebody's coming back and forth is something I just keep on seeing here. I just see some kind of energy of someone that keeps moving back and forth in spirit. Um, and it's like, there's something, And it's every time I'm reading on this energy right now, what's beautiful about what I'm seeing is that someone is being helped on the other side by helping another person. Like, I just keep on seeing, like, it's almost like it's so interesting because it's almost like someone going through therapy in spirit. I've never seen, I'm fascinated by this too, because I haven't seen something like this before, right? Like, it almost feels to me like there's something about the messages that are coming through in this that is helping you to understand that not only is someone healthy right now, like is like healthy in spirit, but they're starting to get better at healing an abandonment wound. But they're getting better at healing an abandonment wound on the other side. That there's someone that they're working with. They've got a guide. They've got a guide on the other side that is helping them with an abandonment wound in the space of spirit. And that's what I think is so beautiful about it, because they're almost saying to a certain extent, um, and they're saying that there's something about the kiss. If the kiss felt familiar, was there someone else who used to kiss you like that? Because they're saying that they're actually saying that there was something about the kiss, that the kiss wasn't coming from them. I mean, it was coming from them, but they were giving you, like, somebody. I keep on hearing them say somebody sent you a kiss, right? Like they were coming to visit you, but the fact that they were bringing you the kiss in the dream, I keep on hearing them say it wasn't just from me. It wasn't just my kiss, because they're saying to me that the dream itself is articulating and amplifying the fact that not only are they working through the abandonment wound that was creating such a difficulty for them, or a point of distress in on the terrestrial plane, that they're healing it, but that the energy that they're healing it with cares about you considerably as well. And that's why I keep on hearing them say, I hear them giving you the kiss, and then I hear someone else saying, send them the kiss from me, right? Because there's something about that they're saying, like, especially with that, like, here's the thing about it, like, I see them, they were almost coming as like an energetic emissary. Like, it wasn't just for them. They were coming to kind of articulate, like, it feels to me like the dream itself was a dual message. Like, there was a lot, I keep on hearing there was a lot contained in that kiss, which is, I haven't forgotten the anniversary, which is what's coming through here with the Four of Wands, right? And also, I'm in recovery, right? So I'm hearing, I haven't forgotten the anniversary. I'm in recovery. So I'm still doing, I haven't, like, the work, I keep on hearing the work continues. Like, that was the only surprising thing about, like, that's the only thing that I keep on seeing about this energy, that is like, and I keep on seeing that they're very relieved to have found someone to help them through this, because I often have to point this out. We don't escape lessons. Like, we don't escape lessons. Confirmation on that. Like, we don't, like, that's the thing. Like, when we're working through a difficulty point, like, the universe loves us. The universe finds us. So, like, we're going to keep working on this. Um, you know, they're saying to a certain extent, they're still working on that. They're like, the work that you are trying to do with them is continuing through someone that cares about both of you, is what I keep seeing. And so that's why they're saying that there's something about them coming to see you, and um like, you know like, how do I explain this? There's something about this energy that is working through um a lot of feelings of unworthiness, right? I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing that there was a big wound that created in the fact that even in their passing, there was something they were going through that made them articulate and say they were better off without me, right? And there's something about the energy that's working with them that's trying to say you are precious, right? And so there was something even in the space of someone sending the kiss and saying, if you can't do it for yourself, because if you think they're better off without them, bring it from me, right? It's helping it's helping them heal specifically and particularly because this is the energy that's working through that space, that they're starting to build their own sense of worthiness via like the energy that's trying to reinforce them doing something that they desire to do, but almost giving them permission to do it via the context of doing it for both of them, if that makes sense, right? It's a very she's a very smart guide. she's she's like, you can take some of my courage if it helps. Like she's really saying to me, she's giving them their courage and saying, you don't, if you can't find it, you can take mine, right? Bottom of the deck, yeah, because I keep on like it's like I see someone saying, like I see there's a guide behind the message that's saying, I'm helping them like understand that they're always worthy, but they need to begin to choose themselves. I'm helping them understand how much meaning they have to those around them that they might not have been able to see. But I keep on seeing that like a lot of that work, it's tender because I keep on hearing them say, I'm giving someone the courage that they and it's funny to remember I said I'm giving them some of my courage because the ability of saying if like can you like it's like they're telling them to do like they're giving them guidance on doing giving them permission to do something that their heart desires to do but they don't feel worth doing, right? Like I keep on hearing like someone saying like training wheels like they're going training wheels. They're going, I'm giving them training wheels, I'm helping them find the confidence to understand that it's okay to do the things that their heart guides them to do. It's not selfish. Um, it's it's selfless. I keep on hearing someone say, I'm teaching them that it's not selfish, it's selfless. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Pops. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Tate, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after. If anyone else wants to get on the list, we've got 3 spots left for today, and then the list will be closed for the day. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, my friends, we are at 40.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And just bear with me as I read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. All right. And Nanani, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yeah, Strega's now sitting here like, who, me? You need to clean up the mess you made. Okay? All right. Hold on a minute. And thank you again for having that reading with me, Ruby. And thank you for being and again thank you for being a subscriber and thank you for all of I think sorry what was I going to say, there was something I was going to say in relationality no in relationality to that dream, I think that it's so incredible because yeah, the fact that you brought up the fact that it felt like someone else's guides were talking to yours, like that they're saying that that was all affirmation there. And thank you, Jacob. All right, it was very yep, to be fair, yep. Hold on, just reading over my comments. Jenny, hold on a minute. Here's the thing. I'm not a big the way you put that question, Jenny, is Ruben siphoning my energy. I'm not a big fan of the word siphoning. But let me draw a card before we continue our reading on what's going on there. Yeah, it's tug of war. Like it feels to me like they want something from you, but you guys have different manifestation goals. So you can feel them kind of tugging on your energy, right? Because it does feel like it feels like you can feel them thinking about you, but they've got a lot of like it's almost like I see someone. I don't think it's siphoning. It's not saying to me it's not siphoning. It feels like someone tugging, right? It's like call me, call me. It's like call me, like, call me, call me. Like it's like that. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like it feels like it's, but I feel like it's like wherever you left it, it's like they need to call you. You know what I mean? You know, you can't tell someone like not to talk to you. I nothing, never will I understand someone that says something like, "I never want to talk to you again," and then they're like, "Call me, call me, call me." Like, what are you doing? You're welcome, Alexandra. Yes, moving towards the overall manifestation, regardless. Tap to claim, dear. Pops, absolutely. I told him I deserved a hug and a kiss, and I was going to stop asking him. Oh, that's beautiful, Pops. That's so good to know. And Sophia, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you as well, Per. And Habat, thank you for the follow. That makes my heart so happy. They refuse therapy here. I even offered to go with them. No, they can't avoid it. Like there's someone on the other side that I see that's like helping them like through something. But that's the thing about it. Like I keep on hearing it. It had to do with their own feeling of worthiness, right? And so I just keep on seeing it's like someone starting to understand and like someone's helping them understand how important they are. Beautiful message. I agree. I tell him every day that I love him. That's amazing. Tap to claim. You're so welcome, Pops. And thank you for allowing me to read that dream. A dream interpretation. Got it. Curiosity. I got you, dear. All right, just bear with me as I pull up the next dream we're reading for. And just a reminder, if you would like a dream interpreted, all you need to do is if you want to include the information when you send the donation, you can do so. Or if you are a subscriber, you can put the information directly in the Discord in the comment section. I mean, in the channel that says dream interpretation. All right. All right, we're doing a dream interpretation now for Per. Per, do I have permission to read to read this dream out loud, like to the collective? All right. And for anyone who's joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via the tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And if you get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for, and we've got 3 spots left for today before we close the list for today. Ella, I'll get you in just a moment. Actually, I'll pull Ella. I'll pull your card now. Energy around family with holiday coming, please. Absolutely. 1 card, please, for Ella. What's going on there? I feel like there's some kind of desire to heal something. You know, I feel like there's some kind of desire to heal something, but an uncertainty as to how. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's like I feel like, I feel like there's a lot of this energy that like tries to avoid conflict. But the thing with like avoiding conflict is like it almost feels like energy that's like really focused on not upsetting one person. But the problem is when you're not trying to upset one person, you fail to recognize if that person's being reasonable, like then everybody has to act unreasonable around them. So I feel like there's a little bit of that energy that says like almost being like, they don't start anything. I'm not gonna like it's like see you being like I see you almost like you being like I haven't like you're not doing anything. Like if it's directed at you, you're like what like that's not you're not. I just see you being like I'm not gonna be. I see you almost like being the only person that's not willing to baby someone is what I keep on seeing. Like I almost see you being like I'm not gonna baby them. They're grown adults. you know So they just again think about being the mature one, right? Thank you so much, Ella, for being here and receiving that message. All right. Okay, now we're doing a dream interpretation for Per. Something light for the soul. I love that. When do you do one cards again? Okay, we're gonna get back to one card. I want to make sure that we're gonna get through the personal readings too. So, Regina, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open, and thank you so much for the follow, Adrian. Okay, reading now. All right, I'm just confirming if I got confirmation from Per to be able to read this. Yes, you may always read my dreams out loud. Thank you, dear, for that confirmation. Okay, we're doing a dream interpretation reading. Here's a dream. I have a lot of dreams lately seeing a dear friend of mine, Julia. Most of the dreams are related to home life, not mine, but hers. For example, she stayed in my home in the dream because of a renovation of her home. Or there was a dream that I was visiting her new apartment. She hasn't moved though. Can we have two cards on why I'm having these dreams and two cards on a recent dream I had of her? I was visiting her new home and was looking for socks to wear due to cold feet. I had trouble finding socks to wear because she only had baby and little children's socks in the closet. I love that dream. Okay, great. Can I please have four cards for Per? Clarification on the dream, please. Hmm. Okay. Yep. This makes a lot of sense. Um, the dream itself is it's karmic as it relates to your connection with this individual, but it's interesting too because it's a guide, it's a guide led karmic reading in relationality to a relationship that is changing or continues to change between you and them, and it has to do with um, the destruction and rebuilding of some internal mansions. Now, what are we talking about in relationality to? And these are spiritual mansions that we're referring to here. Um, so when we when we are building into manifestations, the guides sometimes show them to me as mansions, right? They're the space that we inhabit. They're they're the way we see the world, the things that have value to us, and they're often represented in the space of our manifestations are often represented in the dream space as mansions, right? Because it is what where we inhabit, it's where we live, it's what we're building towards, it's the rooms that we occupy in our existence. Now what's interesting about it is they're saying to me that a lot of these dreams that you're having have to do with the fact that both you and this energy are experiencing a lot of renovations to your mansions, and the renovations to the mansions are often indicative of going through serious life changes, right? The context by which the shape of our lives change, our priorities change. um, the fact that they're articulating about you're visiting each other's mansions in the dream space at a point of renovation, it's like you're seeing each other's progress. You're taking notes, you're helping each other along on those journeys to a certain extent, because I keep on hearing you're giving in some way, shape, or form. The reason you have a karmic connection with this individual is that they give you, there's something about seeing their life path that gives you permission to renovate your mansion, right? There's something about the connection that you have with this individual that has reaffirmed the possibility of being able to start again, or being able to rebuild again, or being able to reconsider and adjust as necessary if something isn't working towards one's highest sense of self, right? So I feel like there's something very interesting because they're saying that the dream space itself is a conversation on the changes that you have experienced in the time that you've known an individual, and how many times those mansions or those manifestations have changed in the progress of that experience, and the gift that you give to each other in connectivity is letting each other have permission to change in that way while still being invited into one another's houses, right? So it's the ability of building into the context of intimacy where you've been able to recognize and identify all of the different iterations of the self that you've navigated in your connection to one another. Now, as it relates to desiring to go into their house and looking for socks to fit you, but only finding baby clothes, I think this has to do with the conversation about recognizing that you've reached a bit of an impasse point as it relates to what you are prioritizing right now in your manifestations. When you say to me that you went into their house and all you could find were children's clothes, I would immediately be curious to know if this is someone who has a lot of focus right now on family, or has a lot of like prioritization or manifestations built or based upon the care of children, right? Because if this is a situation or circumstance that you're entering into their house in the dream space and you're looking for something to get your feet warm, but all you can find are children's clothes, it could potentially be talking about the dissimilarity we sometimes feel when we come over to someone in need of something, but we recognize that someone's in a vastly different place, right? Like it's almost like the expression of like when we're single, right? When we're single and we go over to someone who's got a lot of children and we try to tell them about our our experiences in the life of being single, we sometimes feel a little like we feel a little out to sea. We feel a little difficult. It almost feels a little silly because we recognize how vastly different the experiences we're having in the mansion of the self are. So they're saying to me that there's something about that disparity point, that the idea or aspect of entering the energetic mansion of this individual and seeing the fact that what you're looking for isn't there, but there's something that is very necessary, is almost the amplification of describing how much you've changed at this time, or potentially the disparities as it relates to being able to energetically connect with someone who may be holding things at a different prioritization point at this time. And it almost says to me like there's an element of sympathy there, because it's not the fact that you wouldn't feel the need, like you have the invitation, you know that they're there, right? So it's almost like that space of feeling like there's someone you know that at a moment's notice is there if you need them, but having more of a concern as to whether they would sympathize or understand something that you're experiencing at this time. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially again, like especially with this the eight of wands and its reversal, the beautiful thing there is knowing. I keep on saying there's knowing and there's identifying, right? There's this the space of someone that we know is available to us, and then there's the warmth and degree of understanding of someone who who's experiencing something in the same way that we do. This is sometimes when, we sometimes have these moments when we have those moments where we know someone is like, anytime you need me, I'm here. But we have those moments that sometimes feel isolating. So like, I know you're here, but will you understand? Like what we really sometimes desire is not so much the fact of knowing another support, but going through those moments of someone that is like working through the same path work as us. Like that's what we talk about when we talk about alignment. The alignment of someone who's you know, like experiencing some of that, it sometimes it can sometimes feel like the bridge that exists between us. And so they're saying to me that there's something about that, the disparity in what you find in their mansion versus what they have versus what you need, that speaks a bit to the fact that there's the recognition of the closeness or proximity that you may hold towards someone, but a little bit of the alienation that you feel as it relates to where they are and what they're prioritizing versus where you are and what you're prioritizing at this time. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message also connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today, 3 spots left before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Tate. Tate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. Also, if you're interested in having a dream interpretation or a past life reading and would like to send me information that I can read before doing the reading itself, you can do so by sending notes in the message when you send the donation, or if you're a subscriber, you can post it directly in the Discord in the dream interpretation or past life section. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you, Ella, for confirmation on the accuracy of the 1 card. And I've got you, Bridget, when you do 1 cards again. And let me just read over the comments before I get back into some of the 1 cards. Yes, you always, and thank you for confirmation of being able to read the dream, Per. And just reading over some of the comments Per had during that reading. So very true. We are expanding together for the last 30 years. Thank you for confirmation on the reading. She has 2 grown children and she worries a little bit of becoming a grandmother too soon. She's only 44. Wow. I'm single, no kids or no pets. So again, yes, it's a conversation about the renovations to the mansion. Thank you so much. Makes so much sense. Thank you, Sin. You're so welcome, Per, and thank you for confirmation on that reading. All right. And just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. And we're reading next for Tate. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, now is a great time. You'll be the next person read for. And we've only got 3 spots left for today if you would like to get on the list. All right. Bridget, when you have 1 cards again, can I have 1 card on how Hazel is doing? Yep, 1 card for Hazel, please. They're good. They're vibing. I mean, I feel like this energy, like they know. Like I keep on hearing they know. I don't know why they know you're with a dog. Like I like don't like like there's something about this. Like I keep on seeing like they're just like they get it, you know? Like I don't know why. Do they have an issue with this dog? I don't know why they're saying that they know that no, the dog has an issue with them. Like they understand, like that's the thing about it. They're like, no, I get it. Like I keep on getting bottom of the deck. Yeah, like there's it's funny because it's saying to me that like there's something about I keep on hearing I keep on hearing them go, it's them, it's not me. Like they keep going, it's them, it's not me. I'm not the problem. They're going, I'm not the problem. I know, worried cat mom. Regina, again, happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. You'll be the 3rd person read for, and we've got. And thank you, New, for getting on the list. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. We've got 2 spots left for today before the list is closed for today. And Adrian, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Susie, good to see you. Yes. And thank you again. That was me. Thank you, just me. Interesting. Thank you, Bridget. Hi there, Haley. Oh, wishing you a beautiful day as well, dear. All right, Angel, I must be in another time zone because lots of you are saying Grand Rising. So cool how we can connect. It's afternoon here, Angel. So, but welcome. So very true. And thank you for confirming that reading per. And thank you for allowing us to read on it. Sarah, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Addie, I love this analogy. Speaking to friends with kids is like a second language, right? And that's why they like that's what I like about the fact that they show the manifestations in dreams often as mansions because often like again, it's easier to understand the context by which you can enter another's mansion. You know that you have permission to enter the mansion, but you don't really need what's in the rooms. You know? Yep. Makes and you're so welcome, Per. I've got you new. And yes, the list is open, dear. I've got you, Tate. All right, we're reading for Tate right now. Um, can you read on my next romantic connection and manifestation? Absolutely. All right, and can I please, and if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Two more spots available today, and then the list will be closed. Also, we are at 47K. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Tate on the romantic connection? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Thank you. One more, please. Got 5 cards coming out. Tate, we're going to read all of them because that's what we do. This card wants to come out like crazy right now. This is wow. You know, the thing that's really fascinating about this is I'm feeling like there's something. What is it today? What is this right now? Um, Jeez Louise. All right, hold on a minute. You know, the thing about this, it's like the thing about something here that I see is there's something, and I gotta stress this right now. There's something about the energetic connection coming towards you right now that is requiring you not to settle and to continue to be consistent in relationality to what it is that you want right now. Because and the reason I'm saying this, and you've probably picked up on this right now, if what I'm seeing is giving any indication of what's going like what's happening, is this has been like Tate's year of not settling for things. Like this has been like your year of not like I keep on I feel like there was something about your past experience that you were very much like it is what it is. No, it's fine. Like you know, it's like a lot of this like apologizing for asking for too much, apologizing for others limitations. And the thing that they keep on showing me right now is you've been doing a lot of work in and they keep on showing me like, you know, it's interesting too because they're saying to a certain extent you've been healing your root chakra because it's like it's being able to stand up for yourself. And I keep on hearing like stand up for yourself but not get upset, you know? Like they're saying in the past you would have put up with something. Like I'm just going to walk you through what I'm seeing here. you would have put up with something that was completely unacceptable to the point that you would like finally blow up about it. And another person, again, like what is the song, like what is the song of someone trying to get us to lower our expectations? Why are you so mad all the time? Right? Like literally, like it feels to me like you had to go through a lot of this like energy of someone just like continuing to drop the ball, like continuing to like work through some kind of path of least resistance to get you to do all the heavy lifting. And then, when you finally reached a moment of frustration and airing your grievance, they would walk away by saying, "Why are you so mad all the time?" Like trying to like like and they're saying that there's so much work that's happening right now because I keep on seeing that your agreement to yourself is you're not allowing yourself to build into the context of a relationship that feels like it's perpetually testing your boiling point, perpetually testing how much you'll take in order to perpetuate it continuing forward. And so that's why I see, and the guides are really firm about this, you know, you healing your root chakra is you walking away from things that frustrate you, right? And I gotta say this, like they keep on saying, like like I keep on seeing walking away from things and not screaming, right? Saying this is not for me instead of allowing someone to build into a context that they try to say what's gotten into you. So they're saying that even now, like continue to do that work as it relates to being energetically consistent, right? And I keep on seeing like your self-awareness, like they're saying your ability to see yourself right now is the energetic gift, right? Because I keep on saying you're not allowing energy in to sow the seed of doubt in relationality to what you're receiving versus what they're giving. So I want you to continue if you're doing that work. If you're not letting yourself get frustrated, if you're just being very clear, if you're moving away from things that feel like they're not serving, instead of getting in the space of feeling like you're demanding or begging, continue to do that work right now. Because I just keep on seeing there's like there is a strong energetic connection that's moving towards you, like even now. But, and I just got to stress this, at the same time, it feels like it's like I see something forming at the same time as something from the past, like trying to like I keep on seeing like press upon sympathy or getting you to settle for something or trying to come into some space of like of like I keep on hearing like conscientious right now of energy that says I miss you instead of saying I'm sorry is what I keep on hearing. That like that they're saying like a lot like remember a sob song, a sob story. I keep on hearing a sob story isn't an apology. And be very conscientious right now if someone comes towards you with a sob story in relationality to how what another person made them do or like remember there's I keep on hearing nobody makes us do anything. We choose I keep on hearing we choose to do things, right? Energy that I keep on hearing the song that we sing when we don't want to apologize is they made me. I'm going to say that again because it's really important. The song we sing when we don't want to take responsibility for something is they made me. So be very energetically attentive right now to energy that's coming towards you, recognizing, taking accountability, willing to put in the work versus energy trying to come towards you as some kind of sob story as to what they were going through to give some kind of clarification on what you weren't getting from them. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. Remember, energy that blames always blames. The finger that they're pointing to whoever it was will one day get pointed to you, right? Like, be very conscientious. They're saying being very conscientious of someone that's trying to point the finger, pointing it away from themselves. Because energy that's healing points a finger towards the self, right? Energy that's healing always points the finger towards the self. They say, I take responsibility, right? Like, I keep on hearing, it takes two to tango. I understand what I need to change. Energy that's always looking for an excuse is always willing to point their finger. They're always willing to blame something. They're always willing to blame a person. They're always looking for something outside of the self to evade the responsibility of their choices. So be very conscientious of that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Tate. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things that you don't read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is New. New, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Hi there, Minnie. How are you doing today? All right. And also, friends, we are at 48.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. And if you're just a reminder, if you missed the daily collective, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Substack. Lydia, thank you so much for getting on the list for today. We've got one more spot available for today. If anyone else wants to get on the list, you'll be the third person read for. Grace, one please. You said pull the trigger on what? Hold on a minute. One card, please. One card, please, for Grace. On new opportunities, new experiences. This is saying to me, like, this is giving me like green light energy right now. Go for it. Like, chase your dreams right now is what I'm seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. You know, like there's something that, like, I keep on seeing, like, I feel like this has, and they're saying like, it has something to do with writing is what I keep on seeing. It feels like something about you, like getting your thoughts in order, right? Or being able to like organize something that you couldn't before. I got you, New. Oh, I don't bring the dog here in my house. She's never been around the dog. Interesting. I don't know why she's saying, like, they were saying to me, there's something about that dog that they're not great around cats, or specifically her. Like, there's something about it. It's funny because she knows, like, she knows that you're with one. And that's why they're saying it's not me. They're saying they're fine with it. Like I see that they think, I feel like they think that the dog doesn't like them because you're not bringing the dog around. Thank you for those gifts, Bridget. And thank you for that octopus. I miss our lanternfish. Alexandra, I can, but there's no, I would not do that I would not do that here. I wouldn't do a reading like that in a public space, because it's too personal, if that makes sense. That's something I would read for in a private setting. But thank you for asking. All right. Hold on a minute. Haley, I'm getting goosebumps and you hadn't even said anything. Thank you, Haley, for being here and receiving these messages. Tate, is there time for it's time for the right connection to arrive? No, I mean, again, this is saying to me, like, it says to me, it's just me staying consistent right now. Continue to build into consistency for right now, Tate. Yes, exactly. Pops, I love it. New single out. What are you so mad about? by the gaslighters. Exactly. Why are you so angry? I love it. I love it, Pops. Yes, the past has been knocking I can see it. No, I can see it. And that's what I keep on hearing. Like, this is not a boombox moment. This is not like a sob story. This is about accountability. I keep on seeing like it's not like it's not a tragedy. It's just tragic, you know? I know, isn't that good, Ella? It's amazing. Readings are still open, little vamp. Yep, absolutely. Yep, I've got room for one more. Thank you for confirming, dear. All right. And the list is closed. We will be doing one card readings for subscribers if you would like, if once we complete the list. All right, we're reading for Nusrat. I'm moving to Dallas soon. How am I going to be? Love and finances. Got you, dear. All right, wonderful. And congratulations. Can I please have 3 cards, please, from Nusrat? And if I'm saying your name incorrectly, always feel free to be able to correct me. Woo! Wow, that's a lot of cards. Okay. Okay, this is the way they go. There's going to be a learning curve on something. Give yourself 6 months. Heavy on the 6s right now. Heavy. You got to give it time. It's not, it's not going to be, it's different. But I keep on seeing something about it grows on you, you know? But it does feel like it takes a little bit of time. Don't get all stressed. I want you to remember this. Give yourself 6 months before you make a decision on things, because I keep on hearing there's something about this here, like it's like a period of adjustment, you know. I'm seeing it's one thing that's better. It's a better environment for someone. It's a better environment for someone to be in, someone connected to you, right? Like that's the thing about it. I literally I would be I want to know if you're traveling with someone else, because I see, like, for me, what I'm seeing about this is it, like, in the long run, this is this is almost like pulling someone out of a bad situation. Like, it almost feels like I see you doing it. Like, I feel like it's there's something about you doing this. It feels like it's protective, because you understand and identify that it's an energetically, like there's something about this here that, like, it's helping someone, like, stay in alignment to themselves, you know, like having to put some distance from something that isn't supportive to them. um and that's why I keep on seeing, like, they're saying this to help you identify and recognize and say it to another, especially if you're not going yourself, like by yourself, but giving something a little bit of time, allowing 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 a place to grow on you, allowing an opportunity to appreciate it, because I keep on seeing that the pace is slower. The pace is slower, but it makes you kind of come into a space of appreciating the finer things, appreciating the simpler things. It feels like some kind of move of austerity, right? Which, that's why I see, like, I keep on feeling like I don't know if you're building something. I don't know if you're refurbishing something here, but I see some kind of project that you need to do when you get there. And that's why I keep on seeing that you got to tell someone, like, you know, you got to give yourself, you got to, like, don't feel overwhelmed. Just do one thing at a time. Um, and I keep on seeing Don't rush a process. Um, and it also feels better because it does feel, I don't know why I keep on feeling like you're trying to put some energetic distance away from some kind of painful relationship or some painful experience. And it's funny too because I keep on getting the message, um, time heals, like time heals all wounds, but distance helps speed that process. I keep on hearing time heals all wounds, but distance speeds up that process because there is something about something that's like out of sight, out of mind, that's helping someone like come back into a space of remembering themselves, if you will, because it does feel like there's someone around you who's getting too overly focused on the perception of others outside of the self. You know what I mean? Like this is feeling like a lot of that energy. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with this 3 of swords in its upright, you know, um it does, I just want to kind of prepare you for this. Like it feels a little energetically volatile when you first get there, like a little bit of this anxiety or fear about making like of something being harder than you expected. Give yourself some time on this. I just keep on seeing, like, it almost feels to me like there's something about moving away from sometimes I need to point this out. Sometimes when we move away from a traumatic situation, it hurts worse than at the time that we were experiencing it because we finally feel emotionally safe to express and feel all of the things that we couldn't feel in a difficult situation. So if you feel like that when you first move there, I want you to kind of remember that you're processing. And often when we're processing, like it can feel worse because we're starting to feel like we're starting to feel we're starting to feel again. You know what I mean? It's like I keep on saying it's like almost like the pain of coming back online. It's like the pain of being able to like feel feel the safety and being able to feel the things we feel. So I want you to make sure that you're reaching out to you're helping others through this if you're traveling with someone, and you're connecting with others as you navigate the ability to finally be able to um like I keep on seeing like finally be able to like grieve something or finally be able to feel your feelings in a way that allows you to feel safe to feel them. Thank you so much, Nusrat, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Lydia. Lydia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else, and again, the list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list to be the first one read tomorrow, if you do so, I will include an additional card in your reading. And we will be moving to 1 card readings for subscribers after we complete these 2 readings. So if you'd like a 1 card reading, just go ahead and become a subscriber and I'll be pulling cards shortly for you. Hi there, SBM. How are you doing today? I'm not sure what you're asking, Michael. I'm alone. Okay. It feels to me like you're making a lot of like, it says to me like I see people around you when you get there. Like that's the thing that's interesting about it. Like it feels like the energy is a lot better there, but it takes time. You know what I mean? Like it takes time to be able to learn how to trust again. Yes, after divorce, this is my first time I'm moving from away from my ex. Thank you for confirmation. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Jonathan. I got you. And thank you again, sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And thank you for having that reading with me. I got you, Lydia. Career life path reading. Absolutely. Can I get 2 cards, please? And thank you for being a subscriber. 2 cards, please, for Lydia. 2 cards, please, for Lydia. 2 cards on career and 2 cards on life path. I feel like this is a tense time right now, career-wise. There's something about being energetically consistent, though. There's something about navigating through something without being reactive. I keep on seeing like steadying the ship in during some kind of force of change, you know? Like that's what's interesting about um like I keep on seeing like that's the biggest challenge right now in relationality to navigating something from a work perspective. I keep on hearing a lot of the energy around something is identifying like, you know, the effort or energy it takes to keep a stiff like a ship steady um in turbulent waters, you know? And the thing about it is I just kind of see you like it actually feels to me um like your own path work of being able like it's interesting because every time I keep on reading like every time I keep on looking in your career area I keep on hearing hold steady, like steady as she goes, you know? And there's something about that steadiness I keep on seeing that isn't forgotten, like it's deeply appreciated, you know? Especially because I see that like it also feels interesting because I keep on seeing that like there's something about that pathwork that says steadiness has nothing to do with your feelings, you know? I almost see you like helping others in some context, you know, process their own feelings in a way that feels energetically supportive. You know what I mean? Like I just keep on seeing, I feel like this is going to be a time of like you building new processes, um, like building new plans. But, you know, and that's why I'd say even now, don't get frustrated. Be patient on something. Um, something that you're going through right now is going to get easier, but it is kind of requiring some level or degree of wherewithal, like as you navigate like a frustrating circumstance or situation, you know. Um, you know, as it relates to life path, and this is why I kind of see that there's something about the steadiness that you're able to bring to a circumstance or situation has to do in relationality to understand. I keep on hearing like there's some kind of work, and it's interesting too because I would be like I keep on hearing a message is coming through right now as it relates to your life path, which is helping another person understand um, that it's easy to throw stones, but it's harder to work on something from the inside, is what I keep on hearing. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's something really important. And that's what I meant about like you going through something and saying, my feelings have nothing to do with it. Because I almost see a situation or circumstance that your own ability to, you know, honor your feelings, but persevere through something actually speaks towards the force of your intention, because it almost says to me that you're so, your prioritization is creating stability to such an extent that you almost say to yourself, like, whatever it takes is what it takes. It's not about how I feel about it. It's not about, like, I almost see, like you were saying, like, it's not about making some kind of grand gesture. It's about, you know, really identifying and being a force of change. And I think that the beauty about that is they're saying to me that there's a lot of work that you do, like that you're doing right now on your life path, in recognizing and identifying what it takes to be a force of change. And the thing about it is, being a force of change is not easy. It often feels difficult, but they're saying that something about your own conscientiousness, something about your own care, something about being able to navigate and articulate the meaning that something has and being able to express it to those around you. It also feels like this time right now is very fortifying, because I see you, like, I keep on hearing establishing, like like building into the context of new standards that you're setting to yourself upon in the wake of that change. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this 8 of Cups here in its reversal. I almost feel like you're having some kind of argumentation point as it relates to conversations about, you know, I keep on hearing it's easy to walk away from things when they're difficult. Like, love is the force that endures, you know? And I keep on seeing that, like, I feel like you're having a lot of those conversations with someone, particularly in the realm of saying, of someone trying to say, like, look how strong I am because I can walk away from something. And you almost like being the counterpoint and saying it's not strength to walk away. Strength is being able to stick around when things are difficult. Strength is the ability to endure through something, because it has meaning. So I keep on seeing that there's something about that, and something about the way you communicate that not only fortifies a lot of your own choices, but fortifies the choices of a lot of those around you. I keep on hearing, it feels like I keep on hearing like your throat chakra clearing in some way, because you're speaking openly about things that matter, even if I keep on seeing, and it's like, even if, like, it almost feels like I almost see you speaking something that feels like truth to power, because it says to me, like, I feel like I keep on hearing your throat chakra that says, I'm speaking towards it, not to be contrary, but because it has value. You know what I mean? Like, I see you almost like helping another person see and identify and understand what truth strength is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lydia. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow if you'd like to be the first person on the list tomorrow. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Little. If you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we have gotten to 50K. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that milestone. I am going to be gifting a reading back to the collective once we complete this reading. And also, if you are a subscriber, make sure you stick around. If you haven't had a card pull today, we will be doing 1 card readings for subscribers shortly as well. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. Always appreciate that. Yes, so tense and wanting to change directions, having a lot of patience and navigating a lot of voices. And that's what they're saying, like, being intentional, not letting yourself be triggered, but just moving through something. Like, they're like, the most important thing I'm seeing, things I'm seeing here is make sure you're not being triggered right now. Make sure that you're intentional. And I know that that's difficult, but make sure you're being clear. And thank you, Ava, for those gifts. Just me, thank you for the follow. I got you, little. General, please. Can I get 4 cards, please, for little? 4 cards, please, for little. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. And one more. Thank you. Little, I think I see you healing an intimacy wound right now. Healing intimacy wounds are like the worst. Because, like, and I just I think that this is really important because, um, I keep on hearing like nothing, nothing. So here's the thing about it. When we have a wound of trust, it's not something that we can help. We feel validated. It's the recognition that someone has violated our trust. But it's not the wound of trust. The reason that a wound of trust cuts twice is because the reason that the wound of trust cuts twice is because it cuts us once when someone breaks our trust. And then it cuts us every single time moving after it, where we don't, where we've lost the ability to trust. And I want you to remember that right now, because I just keep on seeing that there's something that's coming towards you that is helping you learn how to trust again. And I feel like it's probably going to feel like the hardest thing you've ever had to do, right? Because often, and I need to express this, you know, when we are when we're tr- when we've had our trust broken, you know, and the like, and we don't work to heal the ability to trust, it makes us incapable of building healthy connections. It makes us incapable of feeling safe to be able to be our authentic expression of the self. And I just keep on seeing, I see someone coming towards you that little by little is working to help you feel safe to trust again. And I see like someone who's very energetically mindful, and they're not taking it personally if you can't, because they understand like the context by which you've been hurt. Um, and I got to stress this, like the thing about healing trust wounds like this is, you know, it can feel like you're walking through fire, because it feels like every step that you're taking feels like the wrong step, right? It feels like, here I go, I'm going to do the same thing. Like what, what, like, I'm going to do the same thing that got me hurt in the first place. And the guides are like, yeah, yes, you are. And you have to, right? Because the guides are reminding you and they're reaffirming and saying, trust is never the mistake. It's never the mistake to trust. The mistake we make is discernment. And I feel like you should write that down somewhere. Trusting is not the mistake. The mistake is always in discernment. It is a gift to trust. And when someone is not trustworthy, they violate our trust. That shouldn't be, the lesson shouldn't be, I'll never trust again. The lesson we need to take from it is, I'm going to be more careful next time. The mistake was not in trusting. The mistake was in discernment. And I keep on seeing, I think that this is really important because I see someone coming towards you, energetically trustworthy, someone trying to earn your trust back, but they're going to trigger you, right? They're going to trigger you because it's going to feel like a lot of those moments feel similar to the past. And I want you to remember in those moments, you know, if you're feeling that deja vu, sometimes that's a gift from the universe, because if there was something that you did in the past that violated your trust, and then you feel that moment, you say, oh no, I have to do it again, and the same thing's going to happen. The universe gives us the opportunity to say to us, no, now I get to show you what that experience would be like with someone that you could rely upon. Now I get to show you what that experience would be like with someone that's working with you, not against you. So I want you to be very patient for yourself as you navigate that journey, because it's not about being triggered. You're going to be triggered every step of the way. It's about being intentional as you feel triggered and remembering. And I keep on seeing, like, when the past comes, I keep on seeing when the past comes roaring back to you, what do I want you to say? Get behind me. Stay there. That's not happening. That's not this. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Ace of Cups and its reversal. Remember, the wound of trust, the goal of a wound of trust is we allow it to cut us once. Better, not bitter. Don't let that change you. Let it inform you. It's not going to happen again, because now you can see the signs. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Little. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you would like to get on the list to be the first one read for tomorrow, you can get on the list today. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 1 card readings right now for any of my subscribers who have not had cards pulled today. We also have to do the 50K giveaway. So wait, nobody ask any 1 cards yet. No 1 cards yet. We're going to do the 50K, and then we'll do the 1 cards that are available. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading as well. All right. Welcome to the club, Vamp. Thank you. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you for confirmation, Vamp. You're welcome here. Oh, thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Oh, my dear. That's exactly how I feel right now. I needed to hear this too. Sending you support, Bridget. I can't tell the difference between my intuition and my distrust anymore. And here's the thing. I need to point this out. No, I get it. I see it. No, I see it. And this is the thing. Like, I see someone that like completely like this is brain scrambler. Like, I want you to remember the way you're going to tell the difference is, again, usually anxieties from here, intuitions from down here. Okay. And you're going to tell the difference because energy energy that is trustworthy isn't going to rush a process. That's what I'm going to write down. Like, that's what you need to write down. Energy that's trustworthy isn't going to rush a process. It's going to be on your timeline or not at all. I think intuition sticks with you. Feelings come and go. Tap to claim pops. That's a beautiful way of observing it as well. I need to learn some discernment the other way around with my Aries Venus. I trust everyone. I mean, Aries Venus is, I get it. Aries Venus, it's just like, it's about matching energy. It's someone that's going to build into the same context. It's not going to require you to fix everything all the time. I know it's hard not to be bitter. Like, better, not bitter. Nana, don't let it get you twice. I hope I didn't miss mine. No, you didn't, Grace. Aries, Venus too, and my goodness, I feel that. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I love an Aries Venus though, because like Aries and Venus is like love is a battlefield and you're ready to go to war for it. Again, it's just remembering a good love isn't going to require you to, you know? All right, guys, we've got to our 50K giveaway. And thank you again, Little Vamp, for having that reading with me. All right, so we got to our 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. What we're going to do right now is I am going to think of a number between 1 and, hold on, I need to be able to see, like there's a, hold on. Nobody start giving numbers yet because there's a glare and I want to make sure I can see before you guys start throwing numbers at me. So hold on a minute as I try to clear the glare here. All right. There we go. That's better. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I am going to think of a number between 1 and 45. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Nope. 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 No. 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 Nope. No. 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 Nope. No. 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 Ooh, Tay. Congratulations, Tay. You got it. Thank you so much, dear. All right. Tay, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And thank you guys so much for participating. All right. And just a reminder, the list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading, you can book one on my site. And also, if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. Tay, could you, oh, I love it. Angelic guidance, please. Highest priority message, please. Angelic guidance. I keep on getting a really strong message about remembering that I just keep on seeing, like, I keep, all right, hold on. There's a, wait. It's not your responsibility to fix everything. Like, and that's like the thing about it is like the reason this is coming through is because I need to stress this. Like the reason that love is unconditional is because we don't demand, or we don't play, I keep on hearing, we don't play energetic keep away with our energy, you know? Like and they're like they're like there's a like this is like, and like this is when I say angelic, like this is the angelic. They're like an energy that tries to play keep away to get to change a behavior. Like that is the energy that is like, let them stay away. Like the guys, like they're like, let them stay away, you know? Like that's the thing about it. You know, this is giving me like a little bit of this. Like I keep on hearing, who is this person trying to play energetic keep away with their energy? We don't punish each other with our absence. They never get, they're blown away. They're blown away that we do this, right? We don't punish each other with our absence. Like, and again, they're saying if someone's doing this to you right now, if they're like, if you like, I'm going to go away until morale, until what, until morale changes. Let them stay away. Like, let them stay, like, lock the door, say good, like, I see a situation of them saying, like, good riddance, change the locks. Like, they're like, if someone's like, they're just like, when I cannot stress to you, don't let someone's rejection, like, change you into whatever it is that they want from you, you know? Because it does. It feels like someone who's trying to, like, I don't know, like, someone who's trying to, like, dangle a connection and say, like, "Are you ready yet? Have you changed your mind about what you're asking for?" You know? Like, this is like some like this is like the type of energy of, like, someone, like, locking you in your room until you behave. Lock them out. This is not like, like, this is not about someone walking out. This is about them. If they and, like, the guys are like, they ain't like, there's like, if they walked out of your life, like, let them stay out. Lock the door, change the lock. like like that is protection. They're like good. They're like don't let it, like, observe it. Don't let it, like, don't let it, like, it's like, I cannot stress to you how this is not how you shape a healthy relationship, you know? This is angry child energy, right? This is, I'm going to go take my ball and go home, right? And I keep on seeing, especially if this is the offense of simply asking someone what something is. Healthy energy is not afraid to define things. Healthy energy is not afraid to put a name to something in relationality to articulating what is occurring, right? Unhealthy energy is afraid of articulating upon things because they don't want to be obligated by it. Don't don't feel like, if someone's not like the only, like, if simply asking for clarity sends someone away from you, it's not about rejection. If asking for clarity sends someone away from you, that is protection. That is like, that is the protection. If simply asking a question, if simply asking a question drives someone away from you, like, that is protection. Don't let it change you. Let it inform you. Take the note and let it stay taken. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on it. Like, and they're like, yeah, like, no buts, you know? Like, no, like, this is like, and no sob stories. No someone saying, no made me. Who made it? Nobody makes anyone do anything. What is this? You know? I keep on hearing whatever they say, they is you, right? I need to point out energy like this, like whatever I'm seeing here, you know? I need to point this out, especially if energy is saying in some way, shape, or form, they're like upset, like, I keep on hearing obsessed or confused, right? Often, often the song of confusing energy is they're obsessed with me, right? Like, that ability to articulate and define, like, it doesn't, like, I keep on hearing everything you need to know about someone. They're saying to me, you're seeing in real time, you know? Don't let it change you. They're saying observe it, don't react to it. And again, I keep on hearing the same thing. It's not too much to ask, like, if energy that blows up in the face of a question doesn't want to answer it. Don't react to someone acting, like, don't react to someone being unreasonable. Don't argue with them and say you're being unreasonable. Note it. Be like, that was uncalled for. Yeah, it was uncalled for because it was distracting, right? A tantrum is distracting. So just be mindful and don't get triggered. And again, the guides are saying, don't question it. Take the note. Let that be the protection. And honestly, because you cannot go towards a confusing situation and find clarity. The deeper you try to go to a confusing situation, the more confusing it's going to get. If someone refuses to give you clarity, that is your clarity. You don't need to understand it. Some things like energy that's confusing never makes any sense. That's why it's confusing. You cannot look at you can't even be like, I'm gonna get to the bottom of the confusing. No, you're not. No, you're not. Energy that wants attention. It's like you're not gonna dig into the pile of confusion and find the clarity. It's just gonna get more confusing. just just let that be your closure. You don't need to find it. Let the confusion be the closure. Thank you so much, Tay, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is now closed. If you are a subscriber who has not had a card pulled, um, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. If you'd like to become a subscriber, you just need to hit my name at the bottom of the screen and hit that subscribe button. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. The list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And thank you again, Tay. Congratulations winning that reading. Thank you for the hearts, Anne. Yes, we have to take rejection is an illusion. Rejection is protection. Again, unless beyond this, like this is. I mean, again, and again, you understand. There's a difference between someone saying, like, look, there's something here that's not okay. Like the ability to talk through something, but not rejection that doesn't have any sense to it. They're saying you can tell the difference. And Bloss, thank you so much for the follow. Lock them out and say goodbye. Exactly. Like if they try to if they're like, yeah, like it's like who like what like I can't make it, just no chasing. Like let them go. Angry child energy, love this. The partners that I'm with, very frustrated. Sending you support, G. Dang, I keep getting calls during all the cool readings. It's okay, Bridget. They'll be up on the place where you keep the videos later. Really resonating with this. Thank you as well, Angel, for receiving these messages. Thank you as well, Little. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Tap to claim. Absolutely, Angel. Beautiful quote. This really resonates. Thank you, Addie. They've ever said, express your appreciation. Exactly. Say thank you. Exactly. People are where they are, and that's okay. Exactly. Tap to claim. Thank you, Tay. You're so welcome. Thank you again, Tay, for having these reading with me, and thank you for being and thank you again for winning. All right. That's how I feel. They just want attention. To just upset. Well, I need to point this out. When someone truly wants to do the work, they're not going to play energetic keep away. They're going to have a conversation. They're going to talk about what needs to change. There's not going to be this like, if you ask questions, I'm going to go away kind of thing. It's about identifying and recognizing where the work begins. Thank you as well, G. Lots of support. Thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the comments. All right, I got you, Rainbow. Highest priority for Rainbow. All right. I feel like this is a lot of I see a lot of flourishing this month. I see you like new opportunities coming towards you, new connections. Embrace this energy. Think positively. I keep on seeing just be consistent with your decisions. Hold and I need to point this out. If it feels like there's a lot coming towards you at once, don't agonize over it. It's a blessing, right? Just be intentional. Don't overly, don't 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 stretch yourself too thin, right? Chrissy, one card on the connection. Highest priority messages, please. I mean, I see some like, you know, I keep on seeing like there's like a lot of energetic resistance here, you know? Bottom of the deck. I mean, I see someone that misses you too, but it has to do with the manifestation goals, you know? I keep on seeing someone that recognizes and identifies. It feels like they keep on going back to that conversation. They know what it is that they need to do, but that's why they're waiting for you to reach out to them, because they keep on feeling like if you reach out to them, then you're willing to adjust your manifestation goals, right? Like I keep on seeing like we're turning back to that conversation, and I would stress even now if that energy reaches out, make sure that it's not like make sure that that's a bookmark. It's not a chalkboard erase moment. Thank you for having that reading with me. One card for Ava, please. Hold on. One card on how they're feeling for Ava. Woof! I feel like there's someone who's intimidated by you. And I feel like they're finally acknowledging it. You know? Like I see something here where someone recognizes that they didn't appreciate you when they had you, you know, bottom of the deck. I feel like I don't know why. It's like someone didn't take you at your word. And now they're seeing something from a distance and they're making them realize that they had you all wrong. You know? Like when we don't you know what I said, when we don't heal wounds of trust, it ruins the things that are for us. I feel like there's something about that someone's starting to like wrap their head around it. Prioritization for the next week. Absolutely. One card for Anne, please. I mean, it feels like a lot of it feels like a rough week, but it's satisfying. Like I see a breakthrough that you're having, like something about your hard work paying off. Don't I already yeah, like here's the thing. Yeah, don't get pulled into conversations that aren't in alignment to you. You know, make sure that you're not being triggered. Like work like again, solutions focused, not problem oriented, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Anne. What do I use in I use almost nothing in my hair. I try to use as little as possible. Waffle. I think I'm using some kind of honey mousse right now. It smells really good. I can't remember the name of it. It smells incredible. It smells like burnt sugar. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you as well, Angel. Sending support to you as well. The list is closed right now, Selena, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can do so via the link in my bio. He does, but it's always with confusion and point at the door if I don't like it. Again, sending you so much support on that journey, GD. Remember, a good relationship is never broken by a hard conversation. Doing some refocusing. Continue to do that work, Heather. All right. You're so welcome, Chrissy. And Per, thank you for the roses. All right. GD, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you, dear. And if you'd like to become a subscriber, just hit the subscribe button at the bottom of my screen. A card for Bella. Absolutely, dear. Good to see you today. Can I have one card for Bella, please? One card for Bella. Two cards coming out. It's not stubborn if you can explain why it's important to you. You know, recognize the difference between stubbornness, someone who doesn't want to talk about something because they want to avoid it, versus being able to unpack something because you know, recognize that it has meaning and value. Make sure that you're helping another person explain why you're holding on to something or why something has importance to you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the difference between stubbornness and something that we feel is intrinsically important is identified in our ability to explain why, right? And if someone's being stubborn about something, but they can't explain why, that's usually how we can tell it's ego driven, right? The higher self always has a reason. They're always ready to unpack it. All right. One card general. Absolutely. One card for Addie, please. One card for Addie. Don't be afraid to be who you are. What is this? What was this energy or some kind of anxiety about having to conform to something? Um, you know, this is some bottom of the deck on this. What's going on here? I got to tell you, the energy, the song you hear when you're innovating on something is you're doing it wrong. You know, like there's something about like working in a context of not remembering rejection is protection, right? Energy that's not in alignment to you is gonna make you feel uncomfortable with being who you are, right? Don't feel like, don't take that personally. Don't take it internally. Look at it as energetic protection. All right. User 211, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Busy week. I can see it, Anne. You've got this. Okay. All right. Hold on a moment. Selena, again, these are one card readings for subscribers, dear. If you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. I pulled the card for you, Grace. The card I pulled had to do, it was the 7 of Cups and it's upright. So it had to do with like following your instincts right now, doing something that you've been meaning to do, not procrastinating on something. They're also saying to me, there's something about writing things down or getting your thoughts in order around something. Like they're saying about, like, it almost feels like a bit of like revisiting something that you did before in order to refine it, right? It's giving me like, it's almost like saying to me, like, you're going to be able to like I keep on seeing like you're going to be able to like complete something that you couldn't complete before because you understand something in a different way. You know, it's giving me a little bit of a doubling back energy on something. Oh, you're so welcome, Tay. Thank you for being a part of this healing space. You're so welcome, Ava. And thank you, Lynn, for the follow. He was really mean and thought I would stick around and be okay with the behavior. No, I see someone. I keep on seeing someone's like regretting it now. I keep on seeing someone being like, that wasn't okay, because they miss you. It's like I see them being like, what was I doing? What got into me? I couldn't control myself. And GD, thank you for subscribing, dear. You're so welcome, Bella. Libby, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Not hoot at confirming, not good at that. What do you mean, Addie? I wasn't sure. You're so welcome. Oh, the hoot. Oh, yeah. Hi there. How are you doing, Esteban? So good to see you today. One card, Neha. These are Nenani. Your subscriptions ended, so if you'd like to renew, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Yep, I got you now, GD. All right, can I get one card, please, for GD? Thank you for becoming a subscriber. Be strong right now. Hold to what's important to you, right? I feel like there's something really important about, I want you to keep on, like your mantra right now is I am getting stronger every day. Can I get some bottom of the deck on this? Yeah, particularly as it relates to something that you're doing right now. I keep on feeling like there's something that you're doing that only needs one breakthrough, right? That's an endurance exercise. So don't take rejection personally. Like work in the context of, I keep on seeing, like, keep on going on something. Be persistent, be consistent, right? Don't just do it when you're inspired. Like, build that process for yourself right now, because they're saying something that you're giving consistent energetic effort towards is paying off, even if you can't see it. What did you miss? It's okay. That's why I repeated it, Grace. Do you miss it again? Highest priority message for Estevan, please. All right. Yes, Nine of Pentacles. Like every time I'm reading for you right now, don't just navigate the storm. Don't get anxious through it. Continue to kind of navigate something with a sense of calm and stability. Like others see it, is what I keep seeing. It's not being missed, bottom of the deck. Yeah, particularly, and they're saying even now, like sometimes a no is a not yet. And your ability to move away from something with grace is like I keep on saying, like your ability to walk through something with dignity. It's helping another person recognize what's within them to change versus what's like what they may have been projecting on you. So continue to do that work and continue to stay consistent, as it relates to like focusing on what's before you and prioritizing what you need to receive in order to build consistency. It's okay, Grace. I'm happy to repeat if you missed it. Just let me know. Thank you, Ella. Thank you guys for making it a great live. Not good at conforming, because why? But that's the thing about it. Like, I feel like there's that ability, like, I need to describe this. Like, when, like, that's what I saw with, like, some of that conforming, which is like, I almost see you articulating and expressing, like, working through another, like, energy that may feel like it's like I kind of see you like navigating something with empathy, but not changing your standards. Be like, I understand where you're coming from, but I can't change my energetic standards in the wake of it. You know what I mean? Like it's saying to me, it almost feels like you're having to deal with some kind of passive aggressive conversation and having to say to someone like, I'm like, like that's the thing with passive aggressiveness. It's like when someone's being passive aggressive, they usually recognize that there's something that they can't talk about because they sound ridiculous talking about it, you know? So sending you so much support on that, Addie. Chin up. Ella, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate your words so much. The message resonates every time. You're so welcome, Estevan. And Elizabeth, absolutely. One card for Elizabeth, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Don't get triggered. If someone's not making any sense, don't give them the luxury of matching their energy. Don't match energy. I'm sorry you feel that way is a very potent prayer, you know, especially if someone's not making sense. It's not about how they feel. Like emotions that make sense. Like emotions, like the good emotions are the emotions that make sense. If someone's being unreasonable, like we honor the emotions. Like it's not about, we don't honor the emotions in being emotional. We honor our emotions when we investigate our emotions to see if they make sense. So if someone's not making sense, you know, you can be respectful, but you can also say, I'm not going to communicate like in this way. It's not productive. Thank you as well for subscribing, Nani and Tay. Thank you as well, Addie. Such great readings today. I'll be journaling my face off tonight. I'm so glad. Thank you for being here, Little. I think journaling is a great idea today. It's good incubation energy. I'm subscribed on the. I got you, Ella. I drew a card for you. Oh, did someone buy you a sub here? I don't know. Did they? Oh, that's wonderful. You're so welcome, Elizabeth. My friends, final call for anyone who is a subscriber who would like a card pulled, who has not had a card pulled today. Also, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. We will be back on tomorrow a little bit later. Absolutely, Nainani. One card, highest priority messages, please, for Nainani. Um, don't let yourself get triggered right now. You know, I gotta tell you, like they're like a lot of these emotions from the past right now, they can make us like come. We're still going through this Venus in retrograde. Just because the Mercury retrograde's over, we're still navigating this Venus retrograde until like the 12th. So don't take things personally right now. If something feels like it's personally directed towards you, lead forth with compassion, compassion for the self. Identify what it is that you can do to make something better, but don't absorb another person's negativity. Bottom of the deck. You it's not like, you know, being able to focus on what you need is not overly indulgent. It's giving yourself the same compassion. You deserve the same compassion as that which you give around you. So it's not too much to ask if you're asking for those points of balance, right? It's not asking for too much if it's the same that you're willing to give another person. So make sure that those standards include you as well, right? Like let that compassion, like, it doesn't require you to be another person's doormat, is what I keep on seeing. You know, you can be kind and respectful and also have healthy boundaries. Thank you so much. And I feel like you're helping another person learn that as well. You know, thank you, dear. All right. You're welcome, Nanani. Bridget for president. I love it. All right. Hold on a minute, just reading over the comments that came through. Oh, Bridget, you bought them a subscription. That's so kind of you, dear. Thank you. Oh my God, you're amazing. Thank you for your generosity. Amazing, Bridget. You're fantastic. Sorry, I didn't know you were a sub on the tube. Bridget for president. Absolutely. All right. Shuhaila, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Or you can get on the list for a reading tomorrow via the tree that has Binks in it in my bio. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of the daily collective reads for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and being a part of it. If you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today over on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. We will be back on tomorrow a little bit later at 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I go live, make sure that you head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I encourage you to do so because sometimes this app does not push out when I've gone live, just with the notifications on. If you became a subscriber today, or if Bridget gifted you a subscription, Bridget, you're amazing. Welcome. Thank you for joining the collective. I encourage you to head over to the subscriber only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber. You can introduce yourself to the collective there. We will be back on tomorrow again. Also, if you join the Discord in the channel section called Perks, you will find a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our Tarot Church class subscription program. Our next Tarot Church class will be held next Wednesday. We will be exploring the Hangman card. And if you'd like to become a part of that class program, you still got ample opportunity to. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have an absolutely beautiful day, everyone.